Audio video check from the boardroom.
I heard you and see you. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I heard you.
Thank you.
Check, check. All right, you can hear me in the TriCaster. Can you hear me in the, okay. And then, right, I'm trying to think of what it's called. And then that's all we really need. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Mic check. Any echo? Wonder if Yuri fixed it. All right. Well, whatever, it's fixed. Wait, are you sure? That's just my microphone echoing? Okay.
Because you hear it closer to here.
Yeah, what was weird is I couldn't hear them until I plugged in the Crestron. Then I could hear them on the Crestron.
Well, you're not called in anymore, right?
No.
So it must have, wait, what happened? Say it again?
So I had disconnected from the Crestron.
Good afternoon, Director Foley.
Hello, April. How's my sound?
Sounds good.
Super. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Saltzman.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we are now recording.
Mic check from the boardroom.
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon, Director Rayburn.
April, could I get a sound check?
Yes, sounds good. Good afternoon, Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much.
I have a little more glare going on in my sunroom. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. So it is 5 and we have a quorum, but I am going to give folks another minute or two to see if we can get a few more of us here before we get started.
Everybody. Good evening,
Evening.
everyone.
So April, if you're ready, I think we have enough of us here that we can call the meeting to order. And if you could please call the roll.
Certainly. Director Ames.
Here.
Director Duffy.
Here.
Director Foley.
Present.
Vice President Lee.
Here.
Director McPartland. Director Rayburn.
Here.
Director Simon.
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
That's the Director Allen. I'm here too.
Oh, excuse me, Director Allen. Apologies for
Did I
that.
get thrown off?
No, absolutely not. I'm sorry. The line was just above below. Director Allen.
Okay. So since Director McPartland is not here, Director Foley, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, I will. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have any introduction of special guests? Seeing none, we will move forward, and please note, pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself, as well as all subordinate legislative bodies, to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. And if you've joined us via Zoom on your computer, you can raise your hand using the raise hand function to speak. And if you've called in, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute yourself once you have been called on. So next we'll move on to item 2, which is the report of the board president. This is a new agenda item that I've been thinking about putting on for a while, and there were several things to report today, so I put it on today, and it will be a regular standing item on our agenda moving forward. So first, I have a few just administrative updates, and then I also wanted to provide an update on our colleague Latifah Simon, who's back here today, and I'm really happy to see her here tonight, and then give her an opportunity to speak. But first, I'd like to just make some administrative announcements. For tonight's meeting, we're going to move the agenda around a little bit. We're going to move the planning, public affairs, access, and legislation items up on the agenda to happen after the administration items. And then this is our first evening board meeting of the year, and we have several more planned to try to increase public access to us and public input. And so we're going to try to align topics that folks are interested in. And so for our next evening board meeting on May 26th, we have tentatively scheduled several items, including a public hearing on the budget, Title VI analysis on the CPI-based fare increase, transit-oriented development conformance findings related to AB 2923, and an update on TOD activities at Ashby and North Berkeley BART stations. We're also going to do, as I mentioned, at the end of last year, we're going to have a couple of meetings at stations as we did a few years ago. And the first one of those is going to be on June 23rd at the El Cerrito del Norte station. So more details will be coming on that, but that'll be a regular morning board meeting, but at El Cerrito del Norte. And then we've discussed a couple meetings ago, plan for returning to in-person board meetings. And currently we're targeting for sometime in May to return to in-person board meetings. We really would like to get to a point where everybody feels comfortable coming back to avoid having to deal with hybrid meetings, which present some challenges. So I think if anybody feels discomfort with coming back in May, please talk to me or talk to our general manager, or talk to our district secretary. We'd like to get to a place everybody feels comfortable before we go back in person. So I will have further updates at the April meeting about when we plan to return to in-person board meetings. And when we do, we will of course continue to have options for public comment online and by calling in for the public. So those are my administrative updates. And I wanted to, I think everybody on the board has seen it, but in case anybody in the public has not seen it, yesterday, General Manager Bob Powers and I released a statement related to District 7 and Director Latifah Simon. And I'm not going to read the full statement, which can be found on BART's website, but in summary, we've sought advice from outside legal counsel with expertise in election law. And based on counsel's opinion, Director Simon will continue to serve on the BART board. BART staff alone are not independently empowered to declare a vacancy in District 7. And formal action by a majority of the board or an order by a court in a special judicial proceeding known as a quo warranto action is required to declare a vacancy. This has, of course, been a very difficult situation, especially for Director Simon, who moved her family for safety reasons and to live steps away from BART, which she relies on to get around. And I want to express our deepest apologies to Director Simon and all stakeholders for how this has played out. We're continuing to work with outside legal counsel through the next steps, and I'm committed to transparency throughout the process. So I will be providing further updates to the board and the public in the coming weeks as we receive further guidance from our outside counsel. And all of the board was provided with direct contact for the outside counsel yesterday. So if you haven't seen that, check your email for that info if you have any questions of them directly. So I will open it up to public comment before going to the rest of the board, but I did want to give Director Simon an opportunity to speak if she would like to speak before public comment.
Thank you, President Saltzman. It's good to see you all. And for those of the folks who know me and who've worked closely with me, you know how much I deeply love the Bay Area Rapid Transit, its staff, the 550,000 folks in my district. And while it has been found that I live a block away from the line, for right now, I will continue with all that I have to serve that constituency. I'm sorry, many folks who email me every single day, I didn't get a chance to email you and let you know that the board was going to announce my vacancy 2 weeks ago. As you all know, that my emails were turned off and my phone was turned off. Those things have been turned back on. I will continue to serve and work really hard. There's so much that I've been able to do alongside my colleagues in the last 6 years. The first action that I was successful in was working with our staff and the majority of our board to proclaim that our district was safe for folks seeking refuge, that we love the people of the Bay Area, despite horrific immigration laws, that our police department was going to focus on the safety and security of our system. We've reformed our police department together. We've secured lower fares for young people. Throughout the pandemic, we made clear that our staff were so important, not just for the recovery, but for the worst times in the pandemic, to ensure that not only first responders, not only workers who needed to be at work, but folks who rely on transit for their very lives were able to continue to get around the Bay Area. I feel like I still have so much work to do, President Saltzman, and I want to be a part of this community of service. I take everything that has come to me extremely seriously, including over the 300,000 folks who voted for me in the last election, and including the groundswell of support from all over the nation, including Washington, D.C. and our elected officials locally. I understand that there is still process ahead, and I take that very seriously. And also thanking my legal team for being extremely supportive, and my community for being extremely supportive. This hasn't been an easy time for any of us, but my commitment in this moment and moving forward will continue to be answering the calls of folks from my district, continue to lobby for resources for our district in these difficult times, and to continue to be a part of a community that I love so deeply. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in this moment. And I want to thank community folks and members of our board who have been supportive of me in this really deep and unfortunate situation. But again, I end by saying Bay Area Rapid Transit, for many of us, it is a deep lifeline. It is a part of sort of a civic promise to provide real folks with the opportunity to move throughout the Bay Area. This isn't a seat that is a precursor to another seat. This is my duty as a transit dependent person to be a part of a community that keeps folks alive, that keeps folks working, that keeps people being able to experience the beauty of the Bay Area. And I'm committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now go to public comment, and this is public comment on just what's been covered in the president's report. So around District 7 and Director Simon, and around the administrative updates I gave. If you have general public comment, we'll get to that in a moment. So let's go to public comment. And it looks like we don't have a ton of people raising their hands, so I will give the full 3 minutes.
Kat, please go ahead.
Good evening. Latifah Simon, thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your commitment to us, your commitment to equity, the giving of your very life for the people. This has been an unmitigated disaster, and you have moved through it with grace and dignity. My name is Kat Brooks. I'm the co-founder of the Anti-Police Terror Project. I'm here standing in solidarity and support of Director Simon. We understand that the process is not over. We understand that actually a lot of this process now lies with the rest of you all, right? And we are here to say that we expect due process, unlike what was previously shown, Director Simon, that we expect transparency. So I'm glad to hear you say that, Director Saltzman. And we want you to know that we will be here as community every single step of the way. Latifah is who was elected to that seat. Latifah is who we expect to stay in that seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, my pronouns are she and her. I'm going to talk about this new president's report. Thank you for doing president's reports. You know, other agencies like Caltrain and MTC do this. So we're not reinventing the wheel here. And first of all, I advocate for a hybrid approach, and I think that we can do full hybrid meetings because I saw MTC doing it yesterday for their various, MTC, Bay Area Toll Authority, special battle workshop, etc. So I think that we can do this at BART. it's not that hard, and I think it's a more inclusive way because I would like to be able to get back into the boardroom and be able to get my staff questions answered. And I am pleased to see that Latifah Simon is back on your board. Now, I cannot vote for Latifah Simon or any of you because I am not a resident of anywhere in the BART district. However, whenever I stay in the Bay Area, I am staying in District 7. So District 7 is a part of my life. And I don't know if you ever got my last letter about this. It was called Comments from the Upper Level. And I know I talked a lot about plane spotting and aircraft engines in Grand Central Terminal, but I talked about removal. And what scared me most about the removal of Latifah Simon was that could somebody attempt to remove me from the system simply because of who I am? So it's good to see that Latifah Simon is back on the board because to see her removed made me wonder if I would be removed. So we want to be very, very careful about how we execute removal. And so I hope that we can learn a lot from this and move forward. So I'm looking forward to those other public hearings and other things that you mentioned in your report that I hope to be here either in person or on Zoom. But I think we're setting the tone here. And I ask that you remember this when we consider people, whether it be Latifah Simon or myself, that BART is not a system that practices arbitrary removal, nor should it, but it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Seamless Bay Area, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, board members. This is Adina Levin, speaking for myself and with a different hat than I will usually approach the BART board. I wanted to share in regard to Director Simon that I had the honor of bringing forward at the San Mateo County Democratic Central Committee, where I serve as an alternate, bringing forward a resolution that was passed unanimously in honor of Director Simon and urging the BART board and staff, as has been done, to do everything in their power to maintain Director Simon on the board and to preserve the opportunities for Director Simon to continue to serve on the BART board as someone who's really one of the exemplary and stellar public servants in the Bay Area and has done so much to support our public transit system for people who depend on public transit to get around. So so glad to see that Director Simon remains on the board, and for San Mateo County Democratic Central Committee, San Mateo County Democratic Party will offer that continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Raisa, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is Risa Jaffe. I've been a resident of the BART district for over 40 years. I'm glad to see Director Simon here today. That's what got me here. I was really concerned about what happened.
Hey, it's Jen.
Hey there.
But you probably knew that.
I'm still concerned. I hope that the public will learn what happened, how this was allowed to happen, what the accountability is going to be, and how to make sure something like this does not ever happen again. It looks like a problem that never should have happened. As a white person doing retirement with a focus on ending white supremacy, I'm really concerned that there was racism behind this, and this should not be happening. So please, let's get some accountability here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Unidentified participant.
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. It's David Pilpel from San Francisco. On the President's report, just wanted to thank you for adding and including the President's report. I think that's great. I too support hybrid meetings. I think it's a great way to increase participation. I also support having these occasional evening meetings, and I like President Saltzman's idea to have meetings at stations. I'm sure the logistics for that meeting upcoming at El Cerrito del Norte will be all kinds of fun. Anyway, and I'm sure you'll have a hybrid option, and it'll just be fantastic. Maybe media coverage, who knows? And look forward to participation in the budget and other things. As some of you know, I do care a fair amount about our public transportation and our public agencies. I don't want to become a full-time 24/7 BART groupie, although I do want to spend a little more of my time with all of you on things. And I was going to say with the 9, I mean 8, I mean 9 of you. And I don't feel like Director Simon really went anywhere. All she did was move and missed a meeting or two. And she's back, and it's great. And we'll sort out whatever happened and just carry forward. So it's all good. Welcome back, and thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carly, please go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm an Oakland resident expressing my disappointment in BART's recent decision to strip Latifah Simon of her BART board position, the only Black member of the board who has worked to fight for transit justice, accessibility, and equity. She was assured that her new address was within the district before moving, otherwise she wouldn't have moved there. And this lack of transparency that has led to this expulsion of the board's only Black member is unacceptable. Latifah's leadership has made a difference for BART riders and people within District 7, for working people, seniors, and people with disabilities who rely on BART. I urge you to fix your mistake, and I agree about the accountability piece that is needed, and to bring back Latifah for her full term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Regina, please go ahead.
Thank you. Regina Davis from Strategic Urban Development Alliance, and also calling in from West Oakland, District 7. I really wanted to use this time to not to criticize the board or the staff of BART. I think that's been well aired at this point. But I wanted to use this opportunity to really just demonstrate some of Latifah Simon's qualities. We've been working with her for some years now to create a transit-oriented development at the West Oakland BART station called Mandela Station. We've been negotiating with the staff for a land lease. We've had many public meetings, many of which Latifah has both attended and spoken at, and she's done outreach to folks to let them really understand the significance of the scale and the cultural awareness and the affordability of this project. So, you know, Latifah, thank you so much for your understanding, and you're willing to spend some late nights with us going over many of details that and spreadsheets and so forth, and slide decks. We know that you're sincere in your heartfelt interest to make sure that this West Oakland BART station finally happens after 50 years of misuse at the West Oakland BART station. So thank you so much for your support. And we are very happy to see you here. And we look forward to continue to work with you, the BART board directors, as well as the BART staff in a productive and positive development at the West Oakland BART station. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bobby, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, directors of BART. My name is Bobby Lopez, North Oakland resident, BART commuter, and elected member of the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee. And I'm sure all of you saw that the letter that was submitted by our executive board in response to Director Simon's removal. I'm very happy to hear the good news that Director Simon has been reinstated for now, and am also excited to hear your commitment to transparency. And for us, I just wanted to indicate, and for myself, it's just paramount that you do all you can to ensure that Director Simon retains her seat as she was democratically elected by the residents of Alameda County. I know it's been said by other speakers. Sorry, that was my kids in the background. But I wanted to also emphasize Director Simon's work at the agency on transit justice and equity, namely her work on Transit Ambassadors Program, the Crisis Intervention Specialists, as well as something my kids benefit as OUSD students, free BART rides for school trip field program. There's many more things that Director Simon has done that has just really made the transit system more equitable for communities of color, Black, Brown, and working class families. And I just really thank you and hope that you continue the efforts to make sure that Director Simon retains her seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caroline, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name's Caroline. I'm an Oakland resident and I use BART. And I'm really glad to hear that Director Simon has been reinstated. But I want to echo sentiments from previous callers that it's really concerning that this whole situation happened in the first place. And, as a Black woman on the board, she's really committed to transit equity and justice and really fighting for the people in the community. And so I really hope that the board does everything that it can to provide a really transparent process moving forward, and also making sure that Director Simon keeps her seat on this board. And I just want to highlight some additional accomplishments of hers that have not been said yet. So first, I want to say that she led the effort to call for a new investigation into the 2009 shooting of Oscar Grant at Fruitvale Station. And also throughout the pandemic, she's been an amazing leader and advocate. And with her guidance and advocacy, BART was able to secure federal and state funding to ensure employees continue to have jobs, that BART was able to modernize its equipment and enhance cleaning during the pandemic and improve safety measures. And also that she really strongly advocated for the bipartisan infrastructure law that authorized close to $108 billion for public transportation, which was the largest federal investment in public transportation in the nation's history. So with such a long list of achievements that are very important, not just for advancing public transit in the Bay Area, but also fighting for working class communities, communities of color, students, and our frontline communities, I think it's really important that the board does everything it can to make sure nothing like this happens again, because it really shouldn't have happened in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Halima, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Halima. I'm a resident of the Bay Area and a BART writer. I just wanted to call to share my deep disappointment in the way that things were handled with Lateefah Simon's seat. As many mentioned earlier, she's the only Black board member and she's the only Black woman who serves on the BART board. When you think of elected officials, she is one of the most genuine and one of the only ones that is really, really dedicated to the community. She has shown up always. And so now I'm showing up for her as a community member. And, I would like to know what happened in this process and why it took place in this particular way. It is completely unacceptable for the way that things were handled. I can promise you, if this was a cis white man, this is not how things would have gone down. And it just shows a lot of disrespect for her leadership. None of us should have to sit here and list out her many, many accomplishments to prove why she should be in her seat. She was elected to this seat and she should stay in it for the rest of her term. And I hope moving forward there can be some transparency and also training for staff going forward to avoid these kinds of mistakes or issues that many times are motivated by racial bias or other forms of bias. So I hope to see some accountability and changes made to address this issue and harm that was done to Latifa, and also when, not only just to Latifa, but for anyone in the community who saw this and knows that as a person of color, as Black people, this is what we have to deal with day to day. And so to see this happen to people in leadership, people who have positions of power, it hurts, and it's wrong. So I hope to see some accountability and transparency moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Findley. I'm a member of District 7, and I am just calling to join the chorus of voices supporting Director Simon being back in her seat, and to express that we're also going to be following along and paying attention to what's going on ongoing, to make sure that this is not just that this is permanent, that she gets to be there for the rest of her term. I just have to say, every time, Director Simon, I've heard you speak, the love that you have for BART in the Bay Area is just, it's beautiful to listen to. You have done so much work and accomplished so much, and as the only Black woman on the board, I'm very concerned about how this was handled. I really want some transparency and some of the same answers that everybody else has been asking for. I also wanted to mention a couple things that I don't think got enough attention when in this meeting so far, which is that one, Dr. Simon did her due diligence and made sure that everything was approved for her to move to the location she moved to. This wasn't spur of the moment or done thoughtlessly. This was approved. In addition to that, it's just worth mentioning that the new districts and the way that those were drawn, I don't know when those go into effect, but once they do, Director Simon is right back within the district instead of 300 feet outside. I'm glad you're here. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 9483, please go ahead. Go ahead and hit *6. President Saltzman, I think we might need to move to the next speaker.
Yeah, why don't you go to the next speaker and we'll try coming back.
Oh, okay. Actually, they just accepted.
Oh, great.
Hi, BART Board Directors and General Manager, John Arantes, President of BART Chapter, SAIU 1021. I'm very disturbed by the actions taken by BART staff to remove Director Simon from her seat. Director Simon presidency during the hardest times faced by BART and the world was her actions that she took in making sure that PPE was available for the workers, that testing was available for the workers, that the trains were disinfected, that the work sites were disinfected. That led to countless lives being saved at BART. We, the workers at BART, consider these actions as an attack on Director Simon, and we won't stand by if Director Simon isn't permanently reinstated to a District 7 seat. Director Simon is a person that I have always strived to emulate, and a lot of us should do the same as we serve in the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amy, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Fritzen, and I'm a South Berkeley resident and an avid BART user. I'm mostly just echoing what others have already said, but I just wanted to say on the record that I'm in full support of keeping Latifa Simon in her position for her full term. I'm greatly disappointed in the lack of transparency that has come with her initial removal. We voted for her. We want her in that role, and to remove her would be a great injustice. Many people are watching what will happen, and if she is removed, we will not forget it. Please do all that you can to keep her on the board. And thank you so much, Director Simon, for all the fabulous work you have done. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cheney, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Cheney Turner. I am an Oakland native, chair of the Oakland Cannabis Commission. Also, I serve as a delegate for the Democratic Party for District 18. Sorry, I had to go run and get my phone for this, but everyone has said everything that's important in regards to the service and character of Director Simon. One of the biggest disappointments was to see the lack of support for her as a director, but also a Black woman and a single mother. She moved because she was being threatened. If anything, BART should have stood up to do everything in their power to make sure that Director Simon and her family are protected, especially during a time where Black women who are elected officials are being attacked from every corner. I hope that whomever led this attack is held accountable. It also opened the door for more attacks and threats on Director Simon's character. She needs to be supported. Also, as someone who rides BART along in lifetime public transportation, taking public transportation, I would have to say under her leadership, I have personally seen the improvements of BART. And I feel safer taking BART as a Black gender non-conforming person, seeing how she led police reform and making sure that all riders' safety was taken into account. And really, that's where a lot of these threats came from. Anyone who's taking a stand against white supremacy or holding the police accountable, we need to put our support behind them instead of trying to remove them from seats. So myself and many others are glad to see Director Simon back in her seat. And we would like to also see more transparency and knowing who led this attack, because it was wrong and it should have never happened. And it was a waste of time and resources that could have went to making sure that the system and riders are prioritized. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, everyone. My name is Alan Dones, and I am the managing partner of Strategic Urban Development Alliance. I'm going to just weigh in and just add to all of the support and love that's been shown for someone that is very deserving, Lateefah Simon. We're so grateful for your leadership in our community and the role model that you are, and you're a real credit to this board. I'm very grateful to this board as a whole for the opportunities that you've afforded us. All of you have been supportive. The directors that have supported us over the years and allowed us to bring this compelling project where we're going to be doing so much good. Director Simon has really been my conscience in terms of making sure that every single decision we make has coded into the DNA of it these social outcomes that are going to create jobs, that are going to create business opportunities, ownership and intergenerational wealth creation and transfer, and profound improvements to people's health and well-being and to the economy of our city. And I'm I'm so grateful that with her ongoing support, that she's back among the Hollywood squares on the screen right now. And she really is from Central Casting in terms of someone that has all of the qualities that are going to create leadership and bring about profound outcomes. We have 3 transit-oriented projects that represent about 15 million square feet now, that in some way we have a leadership role, and it's going to bring about massive jobs and all of these economic outcomes and benefits to our community. And we literally, through the leadership of Director Simon and those of you on the board, Director Rayburn, folks that have been very, very hands-on with us, we're so grateful. And we have global attention right now. I have representatives that are visiting from the Vatican. The eyes of the world are on Director Simon and this body and our projects, because of the fact that because of these commitments to equity, the projects are going to yield great outcomes. Stay tuned. In the next couple of weeks, there's going to be groundbreaking news. And that's the little teaser I'm going to leave you with right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ian, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Good evening. My name is Ian. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a resident of West Oakland and District 7, and I was moved to attend a BART board meeting for the first time because I wanted to voice my deep appreciation for Director Simon's leadership, particularly in addressing the real systemic issue of police terror on BART, and her vital efforts to increase access and safety for riders like me who depend on public transit to get around. I was obviously, as many others were, extremely disappointed and alarmed to hear about her removal and the circumstances under which that took place. I'm gratified to hear that she's been returned to her position for now, but I just wanted to join others in saying that we're definitely going to be continuing to track the decisions of the board and others to ensure that she's allowed to retain the position to which she was elected by myself and a majority of District 7 voters. And just want to say that we hope to not just see transparency about this incident, but also deeper assurances and commitments from the rest of the board to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
B. Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Blair Beekman. I ride the BART often, and in fact, I'm on the BART right now. I've been living in San Jose, Fremont area for the past many years now, and I work on, there's a whole new field developing with better accountability and openness with the future of technology practices, and just really interesting open public policy ideas or ideas of peace and sustainability, basically, good democracy. In this work, I've been traveling up to Oakland and Berkeley and San Francisco, and I used to go to BART meetings more. I haven't in the past few years, and I had heard the situation that's happening today, and I felt it was time to stop around and say hi, and to comment on the president's report. Dupree mentioned earlier the idea that continuing a hybrid meeting can be a good idea, and I'm in agreement with that. I feel that the hybrid meeting, despite it being introduced in this era of COVID, may be an interesting addition to our future that I hope you will consider and will be considering. Good luck on the efforts to do that. It naturally invites more people to the process, which is what we always need. And thanks for that. I mean, and thank you in your decision at this time we live in a multicultural area, and for BART to be doing what they're doing and reinstating the District 7 person, thank you. And good luck how we can continue to talk about multiculturalism and the choices that we make with that. And, defining the rules is important, and understanding how to then work those rules is also an important skill to understand in our lives. And it takes practice to do that too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 6000, please go ahead. Go ahead and try *6.
Good evening, Director Simon. Sal Cruz, President of AFSCME Local 3993. On behalf of AFSCME, we're very elated to see you here tonight. We look forward to seeing you continue championing your district, your community, BART workers, and the BART riders who need your voice. And as always, you have AFSCME support. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Raul,
Hello. Oh, yes. Hello, my name is Raul Maldonado from District 1, Oakland, California. California, up in North Oakland. I think District 1 doesn't apply here. But anyways, I wanted to say congrats to Director Simon coming back. It's pleasure learning more about you and your history. As me being more of a newcomer in the BART advocacy and just making public comments, it's really appreciated to see you back on board and everyone else recognizing your achievements and echoing everyone's voices in the past public comments too about why things are happening, transparency and things like that. But I hopefully do trust that the BART board will provide that visibility going forward. The real reason why I actually came onto this call was just I was looking at the agenda for the Fairgates situation, and I was just curious about, with the upcoming new Fairgates coming up, what's the consideration of maybe checking out fare checks and stopping that type of investment and shifting those resources to something else, maybe the continued investment in the Fairgates or something like that. For example, slides 16 through 20 don't see any mentions of fare checks and the consideration of reevaluation of its purpose and its impact and with association to Fairgates. So I was wondering if that could be mentioned going forward or in this presentation updates for today. And then I guess another thing I wanted to mention too is just what y'all going to do in regards to marketing with the gas prices and oil crisis situation. Y'all have been doing great on social media and marketing. And yeah, I continue to appreciate seeing what y'all do out there in the interwebs. Anyways, have a great day and have a good evening. Cheers.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Reverend Johnson, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Wanda Johnson, and I want to start out with something that says, learn to do good, seek justice, help the oppressed, defend the cause of the orphans, fight for the rights of widows. And I wanted to start out with that because I am very concerned, like other citizens, for what happened with Lateefah Simon, Director Lateefah Simon. This should never have occurred in the first place. What that says to your audience, your writers, is that BART does not know how to do a procedure correctly. When I heard of Director Simon being removed from the board, I had many questions. First, my question was, did they give her any paper? Why was she removed? And then I began to wonder and say, look at our climate today. We have done, as a community, as a people, we have done, as a country, so many hurtful things towards one another. And what happened to Latifah, Director Latifah Simon, was unfathomable. It was not and should not have occurred. And I would suggest in the future, as you continue to look at your rules and laws, that before you work and say and pronounce someone out of office or out of their seat, that you make sure that you have all the correct information that you need. It is so disheartening, not only to me, but to the community, as you have heard thus far. Ms. Simon has been a champion for equal rights. She has been a champion for social justice at all levels. She has been a champion to ensure the BART riders are safe. She has been a champion to ensure not only BART riders, but BART workers, BART board are safe and have a community of fairness. So again, I say to you, I am glad that Ms. Simon is in office, and I am glad that she is in the right position, her rightful seat that should have never been taken from her in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item?
I do not see any other hands raised at this time in the attendees.
Okay. Oh, it looks like one more hand went up, so we'll go to that person and then we'll come back to the board.
Kathleen, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Kathleen Sullivan, and I am the Regional Director for Black Women Organized for Political Action, and am a resident in the district where Miss Latifah Simon represents. And I am just calling to echo what all has been said, and just to say that just like as we're watching the hearing for our new Supreme Court nominee, we are champions for Miss Latifah Simon. She needs to know that we love her. She needs to know that she can hear the kind of support that exists. And like others, this is the kind of thing that should never have happened in the first place. And as we watch these hearings on TV and see that the enemy is there and targeted in every way to attack even the situation we're in now with having the first Black woman to be appointed to the highest office in the land, that's who Latifah Simon is for us. So what we need to be real careful about is that we cross all the T's and I's for everyone. But as a Black women organization that is statewide, that gets behind and supports the best of the best, she needs to know that we are there for her, and I think she already does. But also listen carefully to how much community support exists and how devastated this whole process really was to community. And I hope you are looking at how it is that you're going to reconcile this back, even for her, because this had to have been a difficult time just to have to endure this process. So I am calling on behalf of BWAPA to say that we are in 1,000% support and that we're glad to see you back in the seat.
Thank you. I think that was the last public comment, so we'll go to directors now. So Vice President Lee.
Thank you so much, President Simon, or President Salzman. I'll be very brief here. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak, especially in support of Director Simon. We are so fortunate tonight to hear from legendary Oakland community leaders to everyday BART riders. Shout out to the person on, I could tell that was a new Fleet of the Future train car to also our union leaders. All of your comments really speak to Director Simon's character and her leadership and how fortunate we are to have her on this board. For everyone commenting, I also want to tell you, yes, watch us, hold us accountable. That is exactly the purpose of these evening meetings in particular, to be able to welcome more people into this meeting space. So as we, take steps forward, continue following us along and engaging. I know that people taking the time to engage with us, to call in, even with your criticisms, is an act of care for BART. So thank you. As vice president of this board, I'm committed to working closely with President Saltzman, our outside general counsel, and BART staff to proceed with fullest transparency and a fully legal process as advised by our outside general counsel, who are experienced election law experts. And to you, Director Simon, I'm grateful to have you back. Lastly, I want to thank everyone at BART who made this evening meeting possible, especially General Manager, our AGMs, and our District Secretary's office for the public here. I know we will continue doing everything we can to make our meetings accessible as possible, with the goal of ultimately making these meetings even more accessible as our venue and meeting times may change. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Director McPartland.
I am so heartened to find that the public ends up loving Lateefah Simon as much as the board does. We don't agree on much, but we work very effectively together.
Yes,
and
we do.
all hold Lateefah in such high esteem that it's just about, some of these speakers just about bring tears to one's eyes. The position that Lateefah is in right now is a function of a managerial and or administrative error or oversight that we're just going to have to fight our way through. But Lateefah, God bless you, and thank you for all the speakers that have spoken before me, and I'm going to shut up before I get any more mushy.
Thank you. And I think if we did a vote analysis, actually, you two agree on quite a lot. So, but thank you for those comments. If there are no other director comments, I just did want to respond to the public. Thank you all for coming out, and you will be hearing a lot more from us on this in the coming weeks. And really appreciate your input into the things we need to do to ensure this doesn't happen again and to ensure a fair process moving forward. So we will now move on to the consent calendar, item 3, and we're actually only voting on item 3B because the meeting minutes from the last meeting are just not ready. They'll be ready by the next meeting. So if
Can I move approval?
Second.
So we have a motion by Director Dufty and a second by Director Rayburn. I see we have an attendee who wants to speak. Can we check if they're speaking on the consent calendar? If not, we'll take them in a moment on general public comment.
Certainly. Caller whose number ends in 1876. Are you calling to give public comment regarding the consent calendar? Please go ahead and dial *6. All right, please go ahead. Are you calling to give public comment on the consent calendar?
Actually not. I'm calling just to give kudos to Lateefah, and I'm sorry a little bit late. I'm looking at other Zoom meetings right now, but I expect this to go, and I'm just glad she's back. I love you, Lateefah. This is Olivia Rocha from the BART Professional Chapter, SAU 10-1. Wonderful. Welcome back. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And for anyone else who wants to speak about Lateefah or any other items, we'll take that under general public comment in a moment. So let's vote on the consent calendar, and then we'll get to general public comment.
President Saltzman, there is another hand raised.
Okay, go ahead.
Reverend Johnson, did you have public comment on the consent calendar?
No.
Please go ahead.
I'm sorry. Let me fix the hand because it keeps going up and down. Sorry about that. No, I don't have any.
No problem. So let's go to the vote.
Certainly. Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Defty,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll next go to item 4, which is general public comment. This is public comment for items not listed on the agenda. So if you're here for an agenda item, hold your comments till we get to that item. So let's go to the first speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. You know, I love a good meeting. How about a night meeting? Just like nighttime plane spotting. So this is new and interesting. And the Pledge of Allegiance is just as good at night as it is in the morning. So thank you. I'm going to speak on general terms of BART. About a week and a half ago, I did use the system, and it was fine. Got off in Oakland after flying on an airplane and rode on BART, I think 4 times in my short visit. And so it was okay. My Clipper card worked. And I wanted to enlighten you all that your general manager, Bob Powers, is the new chair of the Clipper Executive Board. I just thought I'd raise and enlighten that to you. It's very, very important that we continue working on Clipper and to spread that among other systems, especially with fare integration, that I hope is someday going to come down the line for us, so people have more predictable ways of paying for their fare. And how do we build ourselves a better BART? How can we be more enlightened about how we run BART, such as when I've talked to you about electricity, and not simply letting the power company supply power, but in us being able to schedule and manage our electricity in a holistic way to reduce power spikes and have a greater awareness of how we use it, because it's very, very expensive. And especially as we get more renewable electricity, the more we can conserve, the better, the easier it is to get more renewables to power the system, given supply and transmission constraints. And storage should be part of this as well, because we have to keep BART running even in power shutoffs, and we want to be resilient. And how do we become a system that is more enlightened as to the diversity of the public? You know, I get on the system and I pay my fare and follows the rules of conduct. I would hope that no one would try to remove me because I wear a skirt. There's nothing against the rules of conduct that prohibits me from wearing a skirt or wearing a Raiders t-shirt. And I ask that you continue to support me as a person who was vaccinated for COVID-19, vaccinated to protect myself from COVID-19, and as a person who wears a mask, and according to TSA rules. Just remember this, BART is just not for some. It is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Unidentified participant, please go ahead.
It's David Pilpel again from San Francisco. You can hear me okay? Great.
Yes.
Okay. Director McPartlin has his hand up, and I don't want to interrupt him if he has something important to say.
No.
All right, never mind. So on, let's see, on general public comment, thanks to staff for their work to restore the our line service that reflects much creativity, I'm sure, on many people's parts related to vehicle consists and electrical circuits and load balancing and electrical engineering in ways that I don't at all understand. Of course, it highlights the need for state of good repair at BART and the important ways that that can be addressed. Hopefully, That's an upcoming budget concern on item 7A tonight and at future budget discussions. I'm sure Alita could discuss at some length the tunnels from New Jersey to Penn Station, New York, and the need for redundant circuits there, given what happened with Superstorm Sandy and that infrastructure. The East Coast clearly has 100-plus-year-old rail infrastructure. BART is lucky. BART only has 50-plus-year-old rail infrastructure, but there's still a number of ongoing risks and increasing risks to that infrastructure. And it's not simply, a cover board here or there. It really is core rail that you've been replacing, but it's also core electrical, it's station work, it's concrete, it's all kinds of detailed infrastructure pieces. I'm sure I've said too much about that already, but there's a lot that can and should be said about that as relates to the operating and the capital budget. I know that you know that. I'm just sort of reinforcing that, and it ties into some of my later comments about the budget. So thanks for listening, and again, thanks for the work on the R line and the rest of the system. Thanks again.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer, please go ahead.
Just a quick comment. This is my first time attending this meeting, and I just needed to say that after attending the OUSD meeting last night until well after midnight and having board refused to engage with the public and give them time to speak or respond, I really am just appreciating this meeting tonight. So well done, guys. Thanks. And also, I really support the idea of hybrid meetings. I hope you continue that. Being able to, that's how I've been able to start participating, and I'm far from the only one. Disability community has been calling for that for a long time now. So I hope, I hope you consider that and go that way. Thanks very much.
Thank you. You're welcome to speak here anytime. And I just wanted to clarify, because it's come up a few times. When I said we're trying to stay away from hybrid meetings, I meant where like half the board was in the boardroom and half the board was calling in on Zoom. We committed like a year and a half ago that we're going to continue public comment and participation via, the internet and calling in. So we are definitely going to have hybrid meetings for the public. It was more so for the board. So sorry if that was confusing. Next speaker.
Fantastic.
Steve Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman again. Thank you. With my time allotted, I guess at first, thank you. I think to try to clarify myself, it's hard for me to do, but I don't know the full story of what has happened with the BART commissioner, but we live in a multicultural society. It's a time that we're trying to learn to practice our rules in new forms of a multicultural society. And good luck in our efforts to do that. I think it sounds like the commissioner from District 7 has some good ideas of her own rules, and that they're decent and honest. And good luck how we can figure that out and work out a good arrangement as you're trying to do now. To continue, thank you to Alita Dupree again. I attend EBCE meetings, local community energy for the East Bay, and Alita does too. And with all the problems going on in the Ukraine area right now, for him to talk about the importance of renewable energy, storage, sustainable energy ideas, those are the ideas of peace. And we've been trying to work that in the Bay Area and California for quite a few years now. And we created quite a beginning good process towards those things that I think can really answer questions about how to address, there's going to be a big push towards U.S. fossil fuel and frack gas, and we can make really interesting good efforts right now towards a more sustainable future. And when we bring those ideas to the rest of the nation and to the world, those are the ideas of peace. And we really, really need to negotiate ideas of peace for the Ukraine area, all of us. We always need to be talking about that, not how we're going to fight and win, but how we're going to talk about peace and what are we going to build in the Ukraine after the war is over. we should start doing that work now. That's my feeling. Thank you. And with 58 seconds to conclude, being from the South Bay, they talk often about California high-speed rail a lot. They're very excited, and they can be a little selfish about it. And I feel in Alameda County, you tend to be a bit more open and questioning what exactly will be the future of high-speed rail. And I think we should be open that all parts of the Bay Area actually can invite the future of high-speed rail. And I think the BART has a really important part in that. And I hope that BART itself, they can be a little standoffish and academic. I hope they bring their good academic ideas, I mean, in years of understanding these sort of ideas, to the table. And we can be very open, more open in how to talk about the future of how a high-speed rail can not just serve the South Bay, but all of the Bay Area and the East Bay. And that may mean BART going to different places. I hope we can talk about that more often. Thank you.
Thank you. Doesn't look like there's further general public comment. So if not, let's go to item 5, the general manager's report.
Thank you, President Salzman, Vice President Lee, members of the board. So a couple of updates from, excuse me, from the general manager's portfolio here. So first, let's start with ridership. So starting today, I think I mentioned it at the last meeting, but one of the callers mentioned I was on running the Clipper executive board. But so the mobile Clipper card fee, the $3 mobile Clipper card fee, is going to be eliminated for the next 6 months. And that's great news. And we are working, it came up at the Clipper Executive Board. Alicia from our team is working with folks to make sure that, you know, not only at the airports, but at the stations that folks know about it. So if they're going to purchase a card, you know, purchase the mobile Clipper card and off we go, save $3 there. So that's good news. 2 other points on ridership. Let's start with just the single day ridership. So just this past week, we've had the 2 highest days in ridership. Last Thursday, and then again yesterday. Yesterday we hit almost 137,000. And so it's starting to come back up, and it's, you know, in my opinion, it's the economy reopening, everything reopening, but it's, you know, safe, reliable, clean service too. And we're putting that service back out on the that service is out on the rail. So, and then the other one is, I just make a note for you that it's been the highest 2 weeks overall since the pandemic as well. So it's not just a one-off. There's a pattern here, and a positive pattern. So that's kind of where we are on the ridership. Either I've talked to every director on this phone call or on this meeting, or Shane has, about where we are with the R line. And we've been very transparent and very accessible, I think, to the board members and to the public. And Alicia's been all over trying to make sure that our riders know that we had challenges out there. We have challenges out there. We knew it, you know, from our asset management that 34.5 cable needed to be replaced. We had that foresight. We already have a contractor out there working on the replacement. And last Tuesday, Shane and his team were able to energize the system and the stability there. And so we're running 5-car trains on the red line and the orange line out there. And we're getting good, positive results from the community. And we know it's, you know, suboptimal. You don't have to tell me that. I know that. And Shane and the team are working just as hard. We're looking at, you know, possibly different alternatives, looking at that, you know, where it's cable faulted there. And I will keep this board posted. Shane will keep you posted on that, but the contractor's already out there working on the permanent fix out there. So that's kind of the R-line update for you. I had 2 more updates I think you should be tracking on. Let me just start with the one. Just yesterday, the governor proposed the $11 billion relief package facing Californians for higher gas prices. But in that, there's $750 million in incentives to grants to transit to look at providing free transit for Californians for 3 months. And so we're plugged in. We're already plugged into those discussions, Rod Lee, both at the local level with MTC and at the state level up in Sacramento. So we're working on that right now. We'll keep the board posted as more details emerge from that, and where we're going to be and how we're positioning ourselves there. So we're definitely tracking on that very closely. I just wanted to thank Director Dufty, Director Lee, Director Salzman for the Progressive Policing Conference that was held last week. It's very important. It was very successful. We had Chief Alvarez out there, DC Angela Averett, but it was really to, educate people, to show folks all of our progressive policing elements, including all the transit ambassadors, the crisis intervention specialists that were out there. And we continue to get requests from agencies and cities about, how we were able to do this. It really was a very, very powerful policing conference, or progressive policing news conference. So thank you for that. And I wanted a shout out, President Salzman and Vice President Lee, to all of our transit workers out there. Last Friday was Transit Worker Appreciation Day. And, you heard from labor earlier today, and I'm just so proud of our partnership with labor. And it's because of our relationship that BART's stronger, cleaner, and safer than ever before. So if you haven't been had a chance to thank the transit riders, I know it was last Friday, but for me, it's every day. So with that, President Salzman, I'll take any questions on the GM's report.
Thank you. Looks like we have a couple of comments from the public, so we'll go to public comment first and then directors.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I love a good general manager's report, just as I love good aircraft engines. And lots of important things mentioned. I appreciate the mention and the promotion of Clipper. We have a worldwide constituency, so we want to be able to encourage people to download that app, put their value on their virtual Clipper card, so when they get off the plane, they can ride BART and 26 other systems and enjoy the benefits of Clipper and not pay that card fee. And thank you for the update about the power on the Richmond line. At least we're having a greater sense of service. But we have to continue to work toward getting a full sense of service. We have to find out why we cannot draw as much power as we need to run full 10-car trains on a full schedule. So we need to bring that back, because I remember the days of the Lexington line in New York City. I think they would run trains on 4 tracks every 2 minutes at one point. So we got to work on that. And I'm intrigued by this mention of progressive policing. It's good that we're going there. I hope that such conferences will include people like myself in the conversation, because we're people too, and we just want to have the same respect as everybody else. So I ask that you keep that in mind as you work through that. And ridership is very important. We're doing very well, but we have a long way to go. And this is going to get more fare paid into the system. And it's going to get more people on the trains, because I'd rather have more people on the trains. There's safety in numbers, as I've said before. And how can we encourage people to ride BART? When I come to the Bay Area, I think to myself, I want to go somewhere that I can ride BART. And we have to ask ourselves, how is it that in other cities like New York City, they're up to like 50 to 60%, and we're not there yet. We have to find out why we are not performing at that level. And it doesn't make us any less, but I hope that we are not discouraging people from riding BART. We have to do everything we can to sell this, regardless of where gas prices are, that people will find that even when gas prices go down, they're going to want to ride BART. Just as I hope that people will always be able to enjoy Grand Central Terminal, whether they ride trains or not. Just remember this, the things that I hear and said are reflective of the importance of the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Caller whose number ends in 6000, please go ahead.
Good evening, President Saltzman. My apology. I was in the queue for, I thought I was in the queue for public comment. May I continue and say what I have to say?
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Sal Cruz, President, AFSCME Local 3993. Once again, good evening, directors and General Manager Powers. The BART Operations Control Center, also known as the OCC, is entrusted with the safety of BART passengers and employees. Within the OCC, the rail operations controllers have a big responsibility in keeping passengers and employees safe around the clock, 7 days a week. Staffing these positions has always been a challenge because they are difficult to recruit for, with a training program that can take anywhere from 1 to 2 years to complete, making it one of BART's longest and most difficult training programs. For the rail operations controllers, only about 1 in 3 will complete the training program. It is a tough and grinding job, and more so as the BART system continues to age, expand, and become more complex in its operation. We are budgeted for approximately 29 positions, but currently only have about 15 fully certified and usable controllers at a time when the BART system demands more of our attention. In order to maintain safe staffing levels, significant overtime coverage is required. Long 12-hour shifts are now common in a position that requires high alertness, cognitive awareness, sound mental health, and plenty of rest to operate safely. I speak about this concern today to raise awareness of the need to develop an action plan that will address chronic OCC staffing shortages and get the control center the support it needs. Urgent action is needed. Solutions have been brought to the table before, but none have succeeded. We can find a solution if labor, transportation, the general manager, and the BART board work together to develop a transparent action plan with realistic goals and recommendations we can all support. Full staffing levels will take years to achieve. In order for BART to thrive, the OCC must thrive. As ridership recovers and the rebuilding of the system moves forward, the OCC is the glue that will keep it all together. So I ask for your support in making this one of your top priorities. We need a plan that will improve recruitment, training, retention, and enhance healthy working conditions in the OCC. If we partner, we can get this done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I don't see any further public comment on this item, so I will go to the board now. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Saltzman, and thank you, Bob Powers, for your report and for addressing the red line issues. When I first read the reopening notice, I somehow missed that not only the red line would be short cars, but also the orange line. But then this past week, I've also noted that the green line has been running 5-car trains up until this afternoon, at least. Why was that happening? And I'm hearing from many of our passengers who feel that just as the ridership is building and they're seeing more people on the platform, they're all having to run to that last car of a 5-car train.
Director, we're happy. I do, Director. We're happy to sit with you and kind of walk you through the data set there, but the green line trains, I think, might be misconstrued as orange line trains, and those are 5-car trains. On the lines, heading south, the A line, those are all 10-car, 9-car trains that Shane's running there. But we're happy to spend some time with you and walk you through that data set.
Okay. Well, I've been on the platform at Lake Merritt and seen short green line trains, and I've also monitored on the app. And until today, we were running short trains. So it baffles me, and I'm concerned if we're going to continue having sort of this erratic service as we're trying to serve a growing number of passengers.
I appreciate those comments, perhaps short of the word erratic. But that being said, Director Rayburn, I am happy to sit with you and Shane and Roy Aguilera and kind of walk you through the data set there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Director Simon.
Thank you, General Manager Powers. Just a couple of questions. Actually, just one question around the go date for the mobile clipper card discount to start. And I'm sure our great comms department will all give us links and we'll be able to share through social media when that happens. But I'm just curious if you have a go date.
Yeah, go date is today.
Well, that's better than I could have expected. Great, fantastic. So if our comms team can send the directors or forward us or tag us to make sure that our constituents know as well. Thanks.
Yep. We'll pull it together. Yeah.
Excellent. Appreciate it.
Good idea. Thank you. Director Ames.
Thank you, Bob Powers, for the update. So yeah, I was talking to Shane Edwards about the breakdown of the R line, and thinking about the infrastructure management system, and we frequently update this every year. It just seems like we've got some breakdowns where maybe parts are failing earlier than planned. So I'm hoping that the team can come back to us with a more robust discussion about the infrastructure planning. I wanted to see a capital project planning effort as part of the budget, but this is really, it's serious. It seems like, in South Hayward, the substation blew up. I mean, it caught on fire. So I think we just need to tweak our infrastructure planning and then look at the parts that were broken and get that replaced sooner. So we know, because we can see that the parts are failing sooner than later. So anyway, I hope that we can come up with a better infrastructure plan to address the breakdowns so the breakdowns don't happen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other directors, Director Simon, you don't have your hand up again, right? It's just still up. Okay. I wanted to thank staff for all of their work on the getting red line service up and running. I know they were hearing from me a lot because it's my constituents depend on it. I depend on it. I was dealing with delays from it. So I know it was hard for our riders, and I just appreciate it was a challenging situation and they worked day and night to have at least an interim solution. And I know they will work just as hard on the permanent solution. On the governor's proposal, I think, thankfully, it sounds like it's kind of dead on arrival because it's really, to me, I think a pretty bad proposal saying, you could have lots of expensive cars and get $800 and you could own 0 cars and get $0. And it doesn't make any sense. But on the free transit side, which sounded great to me at first, from talking to other advocates, it sounds like it's not new money. It's moving around other transit money. So I'd like to ask staff to get us a memo as soon as possible about what transit money they're taking from, because it's great if they're producing new funds to fund free transit. I'm all about that. But if they're taking current funding from transit, that's a problem. And we need to weigh in on that. So if you could get us a memo as soon as possible, I think the discussions are going to move quickly. I don't think his proposal is going to go forward, but it could be some combination of the various proposals that are out there. So we should be on top of it.
Yeah, we'll get the board a memo with some analysis there in very short order, President Saltzman.
Great. So seeing no other director comments, let's move on to item number 6, the independent police auditor's report.
Good evening, directors. Thank you, President Saltzman, and I appreciate the opportunity to give you my update here tonight. I am, in the interest of time, going to try to be brief, but of course, there's an opportunity for you to ask any questions that you have at the end, and as always, I'm available to you in between meetings. So if the district secretary could go ahead and move on to the next slide for me, please, and thank you for your help. This is essentially just a reminder and an overview of the relative strengths and efficacies of our oversight model. I do believe, and it's my opinion, that our model is among the most comprehensive in the country. primarily because historically oversight models had a single function, an investigative function or a review function or a policy recommendation function. Obviously, we have all of those responsibilities and authorities, and I think that's part of what makes it such a robust system. I also wanted to note here before I moved on from this slide that the policy recommendation piece is also something that the BART Police Citizen Review Board, the 11-member volunteer board that reports to you directors, they also have that authority and responsibility. So I do perceive it to be a strong model when comparing it with other newer models and historical models. So April, if you could move on to number 2. I consider oversight to be preventative medicine. And we all remember that in May of 2020, when George Floyd was killed by a Minneapolis police officer, there was a lot of discussion about how that could have been prevented. What I like to point out here is that the robust system that we talked about during the last slide and the ability to detect and look at all different types of policing activity gives us an angle or a way into short circuit processes that may lead to tragic outcomes. When we're looking at the smaller stuff, it gives us a sense of how to prevent the bigger stuff and the more tragic outcomes. We have an opportunity to address all of the factors that may contribute to those outcomes. And I think that other jurisdictions have recognized the value of applying that approach. Being able to roll up your sleeves and look into the smaller or less sensational issues that come up in order to prevent the more sensational issues from occurring down the road. And I've listed some of the other jurisdictions here that have models or have approved recently models that have a lot of our features. And Santa Barbara is also now currently working on a model that has some similarities to ours. I did highlight on this slide, among the other key features of our oversight system, that having direct access to data for me and my staff is really key. And it is one of the luxuries that we have because it really allows us to be confident in the integrity of our investigations and know that we didn't have to rely on the investigated agency to provide what they would determine to be relevant evidence for our investigations. We make those determinations ourselves, and it makes it easier for me to stand behind the objective outcomes of our investigations. Next slide, please. What I have listed here is a quote from the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. The part I'd like to highlight is the aspect of authentic listening and the ways in which that builds trust, and that the visions and needs and solutions of our work really are community owned. And that community input is potentially the most vital and major part of our equitable approach to the provision of the services that we provide at OIPA. Next slide, please. I'm reminding the board members and members of the public that I was able to lead a cohort of 17 BART employees during the pandemic in 2020 through a year-long training that was offered by GARE. One of the things that's important, one of the things that I took away from that year-long training was that instead of determining internally what our successes are and trying to understand our shortcomings in a silo, listening to the people we serve is the most effective way to know if we're actually accomplishing anything. And so I've really tried to increase my ability to receive feedback and input from all of the communities in the Bay Area and the greater Bay Area. But I also have open ears to people that are working with community to set up oversight in jurisdictions outside of our own and listening to what they're learning about what the expectations are. And I think expectations around police oversight and accountability have certainly changed and evolved, particularly around the flashpoint of the killing of George Floyd. So it's a good opportunity for us to really evolve our own understanding of what we're providing to the people that we serve. And I'm taking that very seriously. The racial equity work that we did with the BART cohort, and I'll give a shout out to those folks who really stuck it out for a year. and did all the hard work and the homework. Thank you all. This work remains ongoing, and Maceo Wiggins in the Office of Civil Rights have already convened the first meeting of Racial Equity Champions. I know that Maceo talked to you about that at your board workshop in February, and I'm thrilled to see that that work is underway and there's momentum for it and energy around it. I and my staff remain committed to work around racial equity and equity generally, sort of anticipating a comment from Alita Dupree. Yes, equity of all sorts, Ms. Dupree. And to that end, I and my staff will be attending the GARE annual conference next month. Next slide, please. Outreach and education, we've all talked about the challenges related to trying to do that work during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we did establish some effective virtual outreach practices. We're continuing to do that. But even during the pandemic, we were able to launch a media tour, not without really deep and strong support from Alicia Trost's team, including Anna Duckworth, who took us out to film some TV spots, to do radio ads in 2 languages, and we are looking to replicate that effort again soon. And we're already talking with Alicia and her team about how to make that happen. In terms of sort of distributed materials, we've done what we can to continue to work with the comms team at BART to make sure that wherever there's an opportunity for us to create awareness about the services we provide, that we're doing that. There have been some evolutions there. For example, the digital screens on the Fleet of the Future that certainly didn't exist on the legacy fleet. So we're just being keeping our eyes open for new opportunities and new ways to connect with the people that ride the system and people that live in the region generally. Part of the effort to gauge our awareness, level of awareness, has been working with folks in the BART marketing department who have also been incredibly supportive to be able to measure whether these efforts that we're doing are having any impact, or whether we're moving the needle at all. And if we'll go to the next slide, please. You will recall that I have shown you this slide before. So the original baseline awareness metric that we established in September of 2019, you can see was unchanged 2 years later, despite all of the efforts that I just talked about on the last slide. We are obviously going to continue to try to keep that number moving upward in every way that we've talked about here today. But I also just wanted to point out on this slide that you can see that awareness of the BART Police Citizen Review Board did increase slightly during that same period. And generally, there was more awareness of the BART Police Citizen Review Board than the Office of the Independent Police Auditor. These are 2 prongs of the same oversight system. It is possible that there is some conflation or lack of clarity about how those 2 prongs are different or separate. Nevertheless, I am using this metric as my baseline and trying to grow it from there. And of course, I'll keep you posted on how that goes. And I hope to be able to show you an increased number after the next survey is rolled out. Next slide, please. These are some open-ended responses from the survey that was distributed. And the one that I really wanted to bring your attention to is at the bottom. One respondent noted that they believe BART Police Department is progressive because it has civilian engagement. I think that's important. I think that a progressive police department does take cues from the people that it serves and is open to independent civilian-led oversight. And I think that's part of the progressive policing package that we're seeing growing here at BART under the leadership of Chief Alvarez and General Manager Powers. Next slide, please. Some additional open-ended responses that I wanted to just highlight for you. I perceive all of these to be very great suggestions from community about how I can improve communication with the public and continue to enhance that awareness. Everything that's on this slide, every suggestion that was received in this way is something that's underway or in process. So we, again, taking cues from the people that we serve, that's my approach. And I think all of these suggestions are well taken and valuable. Next slide, please. One of the survey respondents noted that we should work harder to give a face to the office. And you'll see in the middle of the slide is a picture of me addressing attendees at the annual vigil for Oscar Grant, this year's vigil at Fruitvale BART Station. This is the first year that Reverend Wanda Johnson invited me to address the crowd, and I was able to talk a little bit about not just what we do, but also what my motivation is for doing this work. It was very moving for me to be able to participate in that way. I've attended every year since I've been with the office, but having an opportunity to engage in that way felt very special for me. When we look specifically at this bold question in the bottom right, what's changed since 2009? I think it's important to be able to point to some tangible changes, such as the implementation of the body-worn camera system, the creation of an entire bureau within the department called the Progressive Policing Bureau, the support for that progressive approach from the general manager and from yourselves as a board of directors, modernizing policy language. I think all of that is easy to point to as tangible things that have changed since 2009, but the prevention of harm is something that's nearly impossible to measure. But I talked earlier about preventative medicine, and that is my approach to doing this work. And I think I feel comfortable stating with confidence that I have felt a shift in the culture. I have seen a shift in the internal accountability efforts, all of which starts with the chief. And as I mentioned before, the support of this external independent accountability system has really grown with the support of the General Manager Powers and Deputy GM Jones. That support allows us to be more effective and to be better understood as an enhancement to the district instead of an imposition to be tolerated by the district. Next slide, please. In talking about our ability to do the work, the last time I reported to you, we were waiting to onboard a new investigator. We have done that. She's doing a fantastic job and it's paying dividends already. We're able to complete our investigations quickly. And one of the things that's important about that is both complainants and subject officers get frustrated when an investigation remains ongoing and not closed. And we want to be responsive to both parties and make sure that we resolve the issue one way or another as quickly as possible so that it can be either provide the response that's expected from a complainant or that an officer can understand what the next steps are and move past that. And if there's an opportunity for some remedial action so that that can be imposed and we can be better. That's the point of doing it more quickly. I also have a new stakeholder engagement administrator that I expect to onboard before May 1st, hopefully, but that's the target. That's sort of the worst case scenario target date, but we're in process of that. An offer has been made. A background investigation is ongoing and near completion. So the key for having that person on board is really around the increase in awareness and really the revitalization of all of our materials, our imagery, and trying to think creatively about ways to connect with people and make them aware of what we do in ways that maybe we haven't considered in the past 10 or 11 years. So I'm very excited about that development. Next slide, please. I wanted to talk specifically about the body-worn cameras that the BART Police Department uses. The implementation of these cameras, as I mentioned before, was part of the district's very early commitment to reform, to police accountability. And this approach has evolved with changing technology. I have presented to you previously about our work with the department, with the BPOA and BPMA, I'm sorry, those are the unions that represent the officers and managers in the department, to increase the buffering setting on these cameras. At the time, it was something that was unfamiliar It was understood by not just our agency, but many agencies that use this brand of camera by the manufacturer Axon, that there was simply a default 30-second buffer that could not be changed. In attending the manufacturer's annual conference, I was able to ask the right question of the right person and discovered that in fact it was adjustable. And when I brought that back to the district through good compromise and conversation, we reached an agreement about how to increase the buffer time and also add audio. Now, that manufacturer advertises the adjustability of that function and points to it as a highlighted feature to increase sales. So I think something that may have been undetected or unfamiliar in the past is actually now recognized as something that's very beneficial in terms of providing additional oversight, additional accountability, and an additional tool, not just for oversight and investigations, but for fighting crime. So one of the reasons that the early part of the contact and having audio is important is because the de-escalation efforts are often established early in the contact. So if you can listen to the way an officer approaches a subject and what kind of exchange happens, you can understand whether the officer is applying the de-escalation training that they've received. And at the same time, you can see whether a subject has or has not complied with clear orders or instructions. These are things that were sometimes missing from the beginnings of recordings, which made it a little bit more difficult at times to establish either of the things I just talked about. I've told you that, you know, where we are staffing now and the thousands and thousands of hours of video that exist, what we're really primarily able to do is spot checks outside of our individual investigations. But I've listed here some of the types of contacts that I prioritize for spot checking because these are areas where some of the friction tends to occur and where there may be some ambiguity that needs to be better examined. So I don't examine every single contact, but I wanted to highlight for you where I see that our extra attention is sometimes warranted. Next slide, please. The new body-worn technology, body-worn camera technology, has just been rolled out to the district. And BART PD is now using the Axon Body 3 camera. One of the important things about the Body 3 camera, in addition to having higher quality audio and video, there are some officer safety improvements. Specifically, I think there's a screen that makes it easier for an officer to interact with the controls so they can be less distracted from what's going on in front of them, which is very helpful. But two highlights here. I think I'll start with 18 hours of non-audio video recordings. What that means is, even if an officer has, for whatever reason, not activated a camera, video without audio going back 18 hours can be retrieved from that camera, which means that in some certain circumstances where it might be important to have that video, we have a better option than just wishing that it had been activated. This is, I think, a huge development, and it is my hope that over time, this type of technological advance, and maybe even this technological advance, may obviate the need for continuing to issue discipline for failed or late activation. So I think that's a great potential benefit to the officers themselves. But I do also want to point out the wireless activation options. It's my understanding that these cameras can be activated by removing a firearm from a holster, exiting a vehicle, or even potentially by a dispatcher remotely. So a lot of new interesting advancements in the technology, and BART PD has these cameras now, and they are actually being rolled out as we speak. Next slide, please. I'll note here that body-worn camera activations are still in some instances not 100%, you know, where everybody's human And there we still detect some failed or late activations. And when I say we, I mean people in my office do, and the Internal Affairs Division also does. What I want to highlight here is the data that I brought to your attention during a previous presentation, showing that there had been a slight decrease over time in the number of failed or late body-worn camera activations that have been addressed by my office or Internal Affairs. More recently, we're seeing that the number remained the same. But though it does appear that there's been little change with regard to that policy compliance, I think it's important to note that during this time period, there's also been improved internal auditing within the BART Police Department, meaning better review of body-worn camera video designed to detect late or failed activations that wasn't as stringent during the time periods for the data that were reported before. So I think that more stringent internal auditing, more stringent supervisory review of use of force incidents may contribute or may have contributed to better detection of failures such that the numbers remain steady even while officers generally have improved their performance in this area. So I just want to give a balanced assessment of why I think that number hasn't changed. Next slide, please. I have listed some of the beneficial outcomes here of our ability to review body-worn camera footage. And I did highlight that we spot check certain types of activity, which we prioritize. What's important here to note, and I think that I must not have clearly explained this during a prior presentation, so I just want to make sure that I'm being clear. When we spot check all types of policing activity, it allows us an opportunity to detect potential misconduct that may have otherwise been overlooked. This is important because it doesn't only allow potential misconduct or policy violations to be investigated thoroughly, it allows my office and the BART Police Department to identify ways to actually improve those internal accountability systems. So when I brought this up at a prior board meeting, some of the feedback I received suggested that there was a relatively small number of potential policy violations that were detected by my office and which led to sustained findings by Internal Affairs. I'm sure that I must not have made clear at the time that although some of these potential violations that I'm referring to are detected when we review use of force incidents, the potential violations that we identify include all areas of the BART Police Department policy manual. And as I've said many times before, the review of potential policy violations that don't involve excessive force is what allows us to identify those potential problems with either individual officer performance, policy language, training, and so on, which helps us avoid the larger issues such as excessive use of force. This is one of the most important areas of our work. And I think it's designed to help us prevent all types of harm, to prevent negative outcomes of any type, and obviously limits the district's liability in these areas. Another benefit of our review is that we're able to see the results of the department's commitment to a progressive de-escalation training program. So you can see on this slide a very small photo of the plaque that we created for BART Police Department Officer William Baker. So I haven't presented this plaque to Officer Baker yet, but he is aware that he is the recipient of this year's OIPA Positive Outcome Award. He was involved in a contact with a person experiencing a severe crisis. Officer Baker overcame any inclination to quickly resolve the contact by using force and instead engaged in a lengthy discussion with the subject about their history of trauma. Officer Baker treated this subject with such humanity and care that the subject ultimately voluntarily complied with the offboarding effort, agreed to receive mental health treatment, also voluntarily. And I will add that he seemed to have bonded with Officer Baker by the end of their hour-long encounter. I believe that that approach by Officer Baker is what represents the future of progressive policing. His conduct should be a model for other officers, both within the BART Police Department and without, who are so frequently asked to engage with members of our community who are experiencing situational or mental health crises. Kudos to Officer Baker, and I'm really looking forward to looking for and seeing more similar outcomes in the future. And the takeaway here is, yes, we detect potential policy violations via our review. We also detect laudable police conduct. And I want to reward those efforts where I see them. Next slide, please. Just a little more context about some of the stuff that we saw in Officer Baker's contact. The current de-escalation training that all BART Police Department officers undergo, it's called ICAT, stands for Integrating Communications Assessment and Tactics. You can see some data here showing that within the Louisville, Kentucky Police Department, they did some measurements and showed reductions in use of force, decline in citizen injuries, reduction in officer injuries, and generally it was well received by the department and the trainees. What I want to highlight here is that training, even though it was designed to deal with subjects who are armed with something other than a firearm, a bat, a knife, a stick, the concepts of the ICAT training are universally applicable. And as we saw in the contact with Officer Baker, can prevent the use of force even on unarmed subjects, and can help improve the culture of policing, shifting it toward a more progressive approach that centers really on the humanity of the people that we serve. Next slide, please. Just listed here on this slide, some of the activities in which I've engaged in recent months. I did mention at a recent BART Police Citizen Review Board meeting that I engaged in that community group facilitation in Santa Barbara that's in the middle of your slide. And it really provided some great insight about expectations for newly established independent oversight systems. And what I took away from that is stuff that will absolutely inform my approach to the work we do here at BART as we evolve and we try to also be progressive in our approach to police oversight. It was really a great opportunity for me to provide my support and bring my expertise to the efforts of that city, and while also identifying ways to improve my own work. And in particular, that's with regard to community input and community guidance. And I think I did not mention here that I also did attend the Progressive Policing Media Outreach event that General Manager Powers spoke of during his report. So I'm going to wrap here. I'm absolutely open to your questions, but again, invite you to reach out to me in between meetings at your convenience as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the update. We'll go to public comment first.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Very good presentation. I feel I must speak, and I think I have standing. I must speak. I am and continue to be very appreciative of Russell and his work. And I have been fortunate to have had some very good conversations with Russell about this. And I am grateful for Russell recognizing the importance of across the board equity. I ask that we ensure that we have the bandwidth to ensure that we can address the many shapes and forms of equity so that I don't have to wait in a long line. So equity shouldn't be like a 55K modem from 20 years ago, but it should be like a pedestrian scramble. I don't know if you've ever seen those, but it's where they shut off the traffic and you can cross the intersection in all directions. So that's very important. And I'm appreciative of seeing some technologies coming into place. Cockpit voice and activity recorders. I think one of them is like 2 hours and one of them is like 30 minutes. So we have to ask ourselves, how can we get to that meticulous level that we see with aircraft recording and being proactive. As I've said before, I can't call myself an expert on aircraft engine fan blades, but if you can catch them before they break, you can save a lot of lives. And airplanes are the safest method of transportation known. So how can we have that airplane mindset? But I continue to emphasize before you, I don't hear it much. I don't ever hear of people in the world advocating for people like myself who are not of definitions. And unfortunately, our definitions, especially as I see it in the law enforcement world, are constraining rather than expansive. I admit sometimes that if I were victimized, I may not report it because I'm concerned about the process that may not respect me. I ask that you not think I am not disposable. I wonder if what happened to George Floyd happened to me. I wonder if the world would meet me with silence because I am different. But I'm a person just as much. That's why I keep speaking about this and going to CRB meetings and educating people that I'm a person just as much and that we have to remember that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. This is what I've been trying to learn how to better understand over the past 7 years when the ACLU Surveillance and Technology Ordinance landed in the city of Oakland back in 2014 or so. I was really impressed by it, and its work went on to the county of Santa Clara. BART followed suit not long after, which I thought was really interesting. It's the ideas of a future of public oversight practices to determine how we work together as a community. And I think that for our future, that is an awesome concept. Those are concepts of open democracy, civil protections as open democracy. It's really interesting stuff that with COVID issues, with the issues of 9/11, I think it's a really important hedge that we start to more consider how we function as a republic, more in terms of an interaction of public oversight and open democracy. And this naturally, with good guidelines and good organizational examples, naturally leads us in that good direction. So we don't have to have a screeching freak out, about it, like with the George Floyd things. We have ideas that have been, vetted and kind of put into place a bit that we simply need to address. And then if we just simply address these already legal precedents and guidelines and organizational examples, I think we're going to be in a really interesting space in the next 5 or 10 years, which is what was being talked about today. It's part of a whole process. Thank you. And we're moving in that direction. I have one important question that in your body camera work, as much as it can be helpful, there is in San Jose, throughout the Bay Area and the state, victims of crime, they cannot view their body camera footage very well. There is that problem. We have to learn how to make body camera footage more accessible to victims of crime, and when they're in their court cases, if they need the body camera footage, there has to be ways that there can be a neutral space for them to be able to see that footage. We have to develop those ways. We're not really fully doing that. We're kind of doing that, but we need to be more sure about that. Good luck in those efforts. And how, it's the open public policies of and good practices and accountability. That's what's going to organize our big push in law enforcement at this time that Alita Dupree may be questioning and worried about. Thank you, in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see further public comments. So are there any director comments or questions? Director Ames.
Wow, well, thank you, Russell. That was an amazing presentation on just how you're integrating your approach and rewarding the police department at the same time, because we do want to see de-escalation. Because I've always said, I want a beat cop. I want to know my officer, I want to know his name or her name. And I want to be able to feel like I can approach this person without fear. I know a lot of people are afraid of police right now. This is a hot topic. And And so when we have these events, I'm wondering if you go out, can you also maybe think about not only the CRB members there or you're there, but also the police department, somebody like, I guess it's William Baker, for example. I hate to shout out for just one person because I'm sure there's more than one, but to show that we are a progressive police department. And we did get CALIA certification, which is a really impressive certification for the police department. And so we are actually looking like, we're coming together, how we're working together, like Mr. Beekman had mentioned. How are we working together? I mean, so we've got the police department, they're progressive. We've got crisis intervention specialists, ambassadors, and it'd be great to see the entire team, portions of the team that make the whole department progressive. So what are your thoughts on doing some events like that to get all the players? I mean, I would even throw in the station agents because they see a lot of stuff and they have to call the police or call the crisis intervention specialist. That's bringing people together to show we're all working, to create more safety on the system.
Thank you for that question and suggestion, Director Ames. So there are ways that we work in cooperation with the police department. Some of those look like generating policy recommendations where we're on the same page and trying to move things forward. There are absolutely opportunities for outreach and engagement, some of which would be appropriate for mixed use. Some are less appropriate for sharing the space with police officers, particularly if we want people to feel comfortable talking about policing. It's not always that comfortable, so we have to be sensitive and thoughtful about that. But I think as we are being more creative about how we do outreach and how we do engagement, I think there are opportunities to engage all of the different aspects of the district. And as I said before, police oversight and police accountability has been woven into the district in a deeper way in recent years. And I think that creates new opportunities for us. So thank you.
Yeah, and it really resonates with me that listening builds trust. And that's at all the levels, from station agents to the police department to the crisis intervention specialist. Because a lot of things happen at BART, and sometimes there's nobody there except for maybe a station agent, or maybe people just don't know who to call. They don't know where to go. And I feel like if we show the police department is changing, we're progressive, we're united, we're watchful, we're thinking about, de-escalation as a top priority. I think that would go a long way. So appreciate your work, and that award for the officer on an annual basis really is a testament to you trying to work as a team, as a family. So I appreciate all of the work you've done, Russell. That was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other director comments or questions? And if not, thank you, Russell, so much for the update this evening. And we will move on to the next item, which is item number 7, the administration items. And I will turn it over to Chair Simon.
I did ask, thank you so much, President Saltzman. I did ask Director Ames earlier today, knowing that I would be back, but knowing that she was on agenda to facilitate, knowing that she's practiced and ready to go.
It's okay.
Then I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Ames.
Okay, not a problem. I don't care. So we'll go ahead with, this is an informational item, fiscal year 2023-24 budget update. We've got Pam Herhold, our Assistant General Manager for Performance and Budget, and I believe Chris Simi, who's our Director of Budget. So this will turn it over to staff for an update. Thank you.
So thank you, Vice Chair Ames. So if we could pull up the presentation. Today's presentation is the first of several informational presentations you'll see on the budget this spring. We packed a lot into this presentation, and Chris will take you through the details. If we could move on to slide 1. There are 3 main themes that we'll cover tonight. First is an update to the slides that you saw, 2 key slides that you saw last month at the board workshop. Next, we'll review changes that we're making on the upcoming budget process. And then third, we'll take a look at the FY23 and FY24 preliminary budget. We'll review the budget in more detail over presentations in the coming months, and we'll also release the preliminary budget in document form at the end of this month on March 31st. But tonight, we're just giving you a little bit of a preview, and I'll turn it over to Chris, our budget director, to start on slide 2.
Thank you, Pam, and good evening, directors. Christopher Simi, budget director here. So, as you already know, the biggest financial news we have is, of course, the award of an additional $271 million in federal emergency assistance. I'll dive into the details over the next few slides, but the real takeaway, the highlight here, is that these funds will allow us to maintain the level of service we are running now through FY25, which is more than a year longer than previously anticipated. This is great news, and though this one-time funding will not solve our long-term ongoing financial deficit, which is now projected to hit in FY26, we do want to emphasize how grateful we are for this continued and necessary financial support. And April, if you wouldn't mind, could you jump ahead 2 slides, please? Thank you. So the slide we just skipped over showed our fiscal runway before the new funding. This one shows the impact of the additional funding graphically as it stands now. To reorient you on this slide, the dashed lines represent our projected spend down, or burn rate, of federal funds. The vertical axis shows how much money we have, while the horizontal one represents time. Where the lines cross, the horizontal axis is when the federal money is projected to run out, based on our 3 ridership recovery scenarios. So our downside scenario, just to so you guys can remember, assumes we get back to 60% of pre-pandemic ridership in FY29. The middle base case scenario assumes 70% in FY27, while the third, the upside scenario, assumes we get up to 80% in FY26. So now in the base case scenario, which we are planning around for the purposes of this budget and the longer term outlook, we now project to use the last of our federal funding in September 2025, which is 16 months later than before. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at our current year projections up through June 30th. You will recall this information was shown at the board 2 weeks ago. And the reason we're showing it again here is to just note that we currently project to finish the current year about $18.5 million under budget. So what that means is that we'll have that $18.5 million to help close the deficit in FY23 and beyond. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see how that plays out in our projections. Thank you. So this is another slide you'll remember from the board workshop. It's our 10-year projection, and it now includes that year-end projection I just showed you, our additional federal funds, and the FY23 and 24 budgets that we will discuss in a few slides. Each column shows a fiscal year, and the top 3 rows show our traditional revenue sources, followed by operating expense, then an operating result in red that shows how BART would do without federal assistance. After that, you apply the federal funding to get the net result. The last time we showed this, the negative numbers began in FY24 with a $48 million deficit that year. As you can see here, that has now been pushed off until early FY26 when we are projecting a $112 million deficit. And you'll note the rather large deficits do continue through FY32. So while we are, again, so grateful to have this emergency assistance, we do still have this fiscal cliff looming ahead of us in the form of large ongoing annual deficits. Next slide, please. So avoiding this fiscal cliff is what we were talking about when we discuss extending our runway. So a $112 million deficit in FY26 cannot be closed with some form of service cuts or impacts to our capital program. It's simply too high a percentage of our budget to trim back. So rather than wait until FY26 to deal with that deficit, we will be making efforts to reduce the deficit by about $23 million a year through targeted cuts or revenue increases. If we begin this work now, we can eliminate that FY26 deficit. Next slide, please. So the following few slides is where we're shifting our focus from the long to the short term as we're going to be discussing the upcoming budget process. I think it's been a little while since we've had what you call a normal budget process at BART due to the pandemic. So at the bottom of the slide, you can see a diagram that describes how we typically handle budget development and adoption. And before getting into the numbers, the following slides highlight some changes we are making to how we put the budget together. So these generally stem from best practices, and we hope to make for more accurate, clearer, and easy to digest budget. So first, as you know, we'll be introducing a 2-year budget for the first time, covering fiscal years 23 and 24. This will be a rolling budget. The first year will be locked in, but we will return in a year to revisit FY24 and incorporate FY25. So in other words, while we will have a 2-year budget, we will continue to undertake a budget process each year. And next is just some bullets on changes we're making to reduce our budget to actuals variance and make our financial data easier to understand. You can see a few bullets here, and I'll go into more detail on the final 2 over the next couple of slides. So if you could jump to the next slide, please, April. Thank you. So there's a lot of information here, and I will walk us through it. So fundamentally, what we're doing is we are changing the budgetary assumption we make around what percentage of our positions are vacant at any given time. We're not changing the number of budgeted positions, but in any organization, some number of positions will always be vacant, in large part due to natural turnover as people move around through promotions, retirements, transfers, new opportunities, and the like. So these vacancies create savings, and you typically account for this from a budget perspective with what's called a vacancy factor. Currently, BART's assumption around the vacancy factor is about 3%. But as you can see in the chart, that assumption is too low. So looking to the chart, it shows budgeted and filled operating budget positions over time. So what you can see is that while both numbers change, the vacancy rate being a function of both lines, the actual vacancy rate we've experienced is higher than 3%. In fact, today it's around 12%. This creates a significant variance in our budget to actual reporting, where over the course of the year, we generate salary savings from not having all of our positions filled. We can address this through better budgeting. So if you look to the right side of the slide, you can see that we are planning to adjust the assumed vacancy rate from 3% to 7.5% in FY23. This will reflect both the fact that we have more vacancies across the district, while also acknowledging that we plan to drive the current 12% rate down over the course of the next fiscal year. In FY24, the rate is scheduled to be pared back to 5.5%, which puts it very close to the general rule of thumb for turnover rate is about 5%. So to summarize, we are planning to adjust our assumptions around how many operating budget funded positions are vacant at any given time to better reflect our actual vacancy rate. This change, to be clear, again, does not change the number of budgeted positions. And we're not increasing it all the way up to the current rate because we do plan to bring it down over the coming months as we hire more people. Next slide, please. The other major change we wanted to highlight this evening is how we budget our overtime spending. In the past, BART has not had a capital-funded overtime budget. We've, of course, budgeted for operating overtime. This differs from how we budget other staffing-associated items like salaries and benefits. The result is that all overtime, both operating and capital, or what we can call gross overtime, has been charged to the operating overtime line, which makes it appear as if overtime is significantly above budget. While in some years overtime has been above budget, the capital-funded overtime skews that figure. And this just makes understanding our true operating overtime usage complicated, as a number of calculations are needed to derive it. To address this, in FY23, we are including capital-funded overtime in the budget. This will have several benefits. First, it will be consistent with how our salaries and fringe are budgeted, more apples to apples, if you will. Secondly, like the vacancy rate, it will reflect what's already happening. Where applicable or necessary, like any organization, BART does pay overtime for some of our capital work. Instead of incurring actuals against zero budget, this simply reflects how the organization is run. And third, this change will allow people to easily see where we stand with respect to operating overtime. This issue causes a lot of confusion, and so the goal here is really just to clean that up and make it easier for folks to see what's going on. Since we're only modifying capital overtime here, there will be no change to the operating overtime budget. The next 3 slides will cover the actual budget. If you wouldn't mind jumping to the next one, April. Thank you. So first we have sources, which you can see here, followed by uses and then a summary of the two. I'll caveat that we are still finalizing a few pieces of the preliminary budget, so expect these numbers to shift somewhat in the document you receive on March 31st. To orient you, the top half of the chart shows operating revenue, while the bottom half shows financial assistance. These are our traditional revenue sources. You'll see federal emergency assistance later. You can see the FY22 budget, FY23 and 24, as well as a couple of change columns. The big change year over year, of course, is fare revenue, which increases by 34% in FY23 and another 27% in FY24. This is in line with our ridership projections. You'll also see sales tax growth, especially in FY23. Next slide, please. Here are the uses. So it's a lot of numbers, but we're erring on the side of oversharing data here. So I'll hit a few highlights. First, toward the top is labor. On that first row there, wages. In the middle column, you can see the effect of increasing the vacancy rate assumption. The wages budget goes down by $19.7 million. Conversely, fringe and retirement costs are scheduled to increase. The $22.4 million increase in overtime, as we saw earlier, is all capital overtime. There's an offsetting credit to the operating budget for the same amount contained in the line beneath it. Looking at non-labor, there are smaller dollar values here, but the increases generally reflect anticipated increases in costs in the current environment. And we have rolled all of our allocations forward in FY23 and 24. They're towards the bottom of the chart there. So there's no major changes. I will just note that there's a large increase in FY24 in priority capital for $31 million. That reflects the project delivery schedule rather than a budget change, as we now anticipate having to make a railcar payment in FY24. This is an example of where two-year budgeting is helpful. It's a spiky cost, but one that we can plan around with some foresight. Next slide, please. So this is our last numbers slide and just recaps the last two. You can see our rolled up revenues followed by expenditures. The net result shows how BART would do without federal assistance, which we're showing to demonstrate the challenges BART faces, as well as just the sheer impact of the federal funding supporting us. We anticipate using $312 million in FY23 and another $268 in FY24. If we go to the next slide, please. So finally, this is a timeline. It's just to orient you on our sort of budget adoption process. So you will receive the preliminary budget memo next Thursday on the 31st. We've scheduled some briefings with you to go over that document in advance of the April 28th board meeting, and we've scheduled a deeper discussion of sources and uses, our rail service plan, and the capital budget on May 12th. After that, we have a public hearing in late May and an adoption vote plan for June 9th. So that wraps up this presentation. I know we covered a lot of ground, and I apologize if I sped through it at all, and just wanted to thank you for your patience. We are, of course, happy to answer any questions after public comment. Thank you.
And I want to thank Chris for the good work and just close by saying that, one of the things that we wanted to emphasize in this presentation, you'll see this in the budget memo coming out, is that this budget that we're putting out there reflects putting out reliable service, the service levels that we have right now, through fiscal year 25. So we're, deeply grateful for the federal funding, and this allows us to carry on with service. So thank you. Back to you, Chairperson Ames, or Vice Chairperson Ames.
Thank you, Pam. I really appreciate the 10-year forecast, and we're really looking ahead at the risk to the agency, the financial risks, and I appreciate you showing that and trying to address this with the 2-year rolling budget. We've been talking about this for a while, so there's a lot of work ahead, a lot of changes, but for now, I'm going to open this up to public comment. So, District Secretary April, can you help me with this?
Yes. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Liz Ames. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Going to talk about budget. I love a good budget. Can't get enough of them. And I just want to say I am really, really, and have always been very appreciative for Pam and Chris in their work. I've not met Chris, but Pam has always been very responsive to my concerns and answering my questions in in-person meetings. So hopefully we'll get back to that. I think it is important for us to continue to stay on bringing ridership back because we are very fare dependent. And yes, I support getting the money. This extra $271 million is going to help. And for us to continue our advocacy for this other money that was mentioned earlier, I think we do need to dig down as to what will cause the increase in our traction power, as to whether that is going to be simply by running more trains and using more kilowatt hours, or are there factors that are going to cause our rates to go up, even with us buying renewable energy, which I would presume would be cheaper and that I do support totally. We have to be mindful of spikes and any other fees that may be applied that are not within our control. Hence, I've advocated that BART should have its own transmission system. Amtrak has it in the Northeast Corridor. So we want to get the people back and advocate for more money. And I think overall, we're on a good plan. I hear the mention of runway. I guess I'm not the only plane spotter at BART, but our budget should have reserve in it, of course. Much like aircraft engines, it takes a lot of power to get an airplane unstuck from the runway and up in the air. So we want to be ready. And I think that with the growth in service, I don't think we're going to fall off that cliff. If we can focus on bringing people back to BART and working with our partners in making the case that the money is really best used for public transit. Nothing against cars. I want to rent a Tesla Model S someday, but we're seeing that gasoline is becoming more and more problematic. And so we want to get that money so that way we can get more people on BART. So overall, this is a good thing, but we have to really home in on our costs. And when we got to make sure that we fill these vacancies. You can't board a plane unless you have enough pilots and enough flight attendants. This is part of making sure that the people's system works. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. I'll call on the next speaker. Unidentified participant, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Just a little louder.
Is this better?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, it's David Pilfell. BART ridership seems to be returning slowly, but I think it's impossible to make very precise near-term forecasts. So I think having the range that staff has developed is good. I would have regular rider surveys and market research on frequency, reliability, safety, security, and service span, what matters most to current riders, to previous riders, to potential future riders. You may know that, but I would continue to refresh that information regularly. Near-term BART finances are good, but there's more to it because the federal and state funds are clearly helping out. Moving BART's fiscal cliff date allows more time, but let's not squander that and let's address the structural deficit for what it is. I think not all of the latest federal funds should go to operations, as I alluded to earlier. I think some of it should go to state of good repair projects. I would highlight more publicly this presentation starts to, but I would be as explicit as you can about the disconnect between one-time versus ongoing sources and uses. So the federal funds are one-time sources, but salaries and benefits and all of that are ongoing uses. And you really want to try to align one-time sources and uses separate from ongoing sources and uses. You know that, you got that. I think there really is a great opportunity here with the time and money available to make some serious investments in the physical infrastructure in ways that will allow passengers to come back to the BART that they want with, again, the frequency, reliability, safety, span, the things that matter to riders. There's a window and an opportunity here. It's not yet clear to me, the general manager alluded to this earlier, what the governor's proposal this week for potentially 3 months of free transit would mean if it's just moving money around between STA and various other accounts, or if it's actually new money. I would urge you to have a few public budget workshops outside of the board meetings. Notice that widely have staff available for an hour or two to have some open Q&A on the details of the budget. For me, the specific numbers are somewhat important, but the more important thing is the overall scheme of how we got here, what are options to get out of it, and kind of the color and flavor. I can certainly follow up with Pam or other BART staff on other comments that I might have. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, David. Seamless Bay Area, please go ahead.
Good evening, board members and staff. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. Glad to see that the federal funding is pushing off the fiscal cliff, and that BART is really running robust service that has been helping people who depend on transit to use a transit, and to help people who want to come back to transit to return. Since that fiscal cliff still is before us in the future, Seamless Bay Area participates as part of the Voices for Public Transportation Coalition that is dedicated to working for funding for public transportation, and is eager to see a regional transportation funding measure that can avert the fiscal cliffs and provide more robust and affordable service. We were glad to see at the board workshop in February that the BART board was interested in moving in this direction. And even though the polling from last summer was looking pretty or looking not great, what we don't know is how the public will view funding for public transportation when they see what the negative outcomes will be if we don't fund public transportation, as well as what the benefits will be to the public for providing robust, well-integrated, affordable public transportation for the public. And at that meeting, the BART staff talked about having June through December being the time to have that public discussion about the funding that would be needed in order to do authorizing legislation next year for a 2024 ballot measure. And since then, it has been kind of eerily quiet. And so we, as the Voices for Public Transportation Coalition, are eager to see forward motion on this, and eager to work with BART, other transit agencies, and MTC to move forward that process to do that public outreach and education to potentially do that transportation funding that will alleviate that fiscal cliff and deliver better public transportation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. Rosario, please go ahead. Rosario, please go ahead. I sent the unmute request, Rosario. Please go ahead and accept.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Hi, my name is Rosario Cervantes, and I have been a BART writer for years. I was outraged, and it was a travesty to our community and BART ridership when Latifah Simon was removed from the BART board for District 7. She has served and dedicated herself to providing a voice that represents many, including my voice, and has been a champion for ridership safety and being responsible, and has been very effective. I've learned Ms. Simon has since been reinstated. However, the intent to remove her, there was no good reason. It was incorrect to say that she lived in the wrong area to serve on the BART board. I hope you can see this action was wrong, and it caused an uprising roar. And I hope you can make it right to Ms. Simon and her family and her community. I really appreciate her, and I also appreciate what BART does to keep ridership safe and effective. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we're just focusing on the budget item right now, but thank you for your comments.
Vice Chair Ames, I see one more hand. Wen?
Hi, how are y'all doing tonight? Hi, thank you for tapping in. I just wanted to build off of what Rosario was saying and Ma'am, Miss Liz Ames, thank you for pointing out the fact that this is a budget meeting. I still do think it's appropriate and important for us to speak out for our community members who really do a significant amount of work for making sure that our community members are safe. And so with Ms. Latifah Simon, thank you for the work that you've done for making BART safety possible for us and for putting in the time and the effort and the already knowing. So I just wanted to say that because I'm very appreciative of everything that BART offers, and I'm just thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the work that all of you have done.
Okay, so I guess that concludes the public comments.
We actually do have another hand.
Oh, we do. Okay. Just remembering that this is a budget item. Thank you.
William, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is William Walker, and I understand it's a budget item. So I just want to thank Director Simon for the work that she's done at the federal level. I know that all the directors have worked to increase funding for the BART budget, but I know that Director Simon has done a great deal of federal advocacy, and just wanted to thank her. Although I don't live in her district, I definitely feel very represented by her. I'm very glad to see someone that looks like me on the BART board. I've been a BART rider for nearly 40 years, and very thankful for her leadership and our budget efforts. Thank you.
All right, District Secretary, are we ready to turn this?
I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Sorry, you do not?
I do not.
Oh, okay. All right, so I think President Saltzman had her hand raised first, and then Director Rayburn and possibly Vice President Janice Lee. That's the order. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to staff for this presentation. I know it's been a challenging couple of years projecting the budget, and I appreciate that you've already had to rework these numbers significantly since your presentation in February and might have to rework them again. Speaking of that, I just wanted to know over the coming months, I understand you're not going to rework the numbers every week as ridership changes, but do you think there'll be a point in April or May where you might rework the numbers? Like I looked back at the February presentation, and that projected we'd end this fiscal year at 36% ridership. It looks like we'll probably meet that next month, hopefully, and maybe exceed it. So if that is true, knock on wood, will you rework the numbers somewhat, or do you think you'll stick with what you have?
Hi, Chris Seaman here. Yes, we do plan to rework the numbers, especially on the revenue side, especially the operating revenues. We were thinking the May 12th presentation would be probably a good time because we'll have about another month's worth of data to plug into our projections.
Great. I'm hoping we can make up a lot of the 23 million we need annually through fare revenue. Obviously, we can't count on all of it coming through that, but I think our goal should be to bring in as much as we can through fares as possible. And related to that, I think overall what we've seen in the budget proposal makes sense. It's smart, it's fiscally responsible. I know we're going to get a lot more details in a week when we get the preliminary budget memo, but I do have one concern, and that is I can't imagine supporting a budget that for the next 2 years does not increase off-peak service. I think our weekday during the day service is very good now. It's mostly what it was before the pandemic, except for those, peak rush trains that we had to add in because trains were, you couldn't move on them. Obviously, we don't need those now. But our off-peak service, our nighttime, our weekends, it's not great, especially depending which line you're on. It's different lines. And I am, especially in the past month, as more riders have returned, I've gotten a lot of constituent complaints about this. People trying to get to the airport, people trying to get to an event, and they're just finding that the service isn't enough, and they feel like they don't necessarily want to take BART on weekends or at night. considering our weekend ridership is, about 50% of what it was pre-pandemic, and our weekday ridership at the highest, it's been at 33%. I think we really need to look into these off-peak riders and how we can better serve them. So I really want to see us look at this budget carefully, and I've already talked to staff about this, and I know they're looking at what can be done without spending a ton of money. I know we're financially constrained, but I just have this feeling that if we don't have a plan for increasing off-peak service, we're going to go through what we went through last summer, which was before the August service increase. All of a sudden, the businesses, venues that depend on our service for off-peak ridership, they were, clamoring for us to add more service. And I think we're going to experience that again as the music season starts and baseball and everything else that happens during the summer, and just as people feel more comfortable getting out and riding BART. So I think we need to be ready for that and not scrambling. So I'm asking staff to come back in this budget process with some options to increase off-peak service. Thank you.
Thank you, President Saltzman. Director Rayburn. You're muted, Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Ames. And thank you, Pam and Chris, for your very thoughtful presentation and hard work. I concur with Director Saltzman that off-peak service may well be one of the mechanisms that we should be thinking about being more nimble. Last week, the Oakland Marathon took place on a Sunday morning, and of course, BART wasn't running in time to provide trans-based service for people that were coming over thousands to Oakland for that event. We should be really focused in on providing the service for the people's needs. I want to zero in, though, on the fiscal cliff, 112 million projected deficit in fiscal year 2026. The $23 million a year we might want to look at as sort of a rainy day fund, but it isn't. We already have a rainy day fund that's there for true emergencies. This is a forecast of a hurricane coming. And I want to ask if that forecasted shortfall of operating funding, if you've considered the fare increase that's being proposed for July, the 3.4% fare increase, is that factored into the projections?
Director Christopher Senior, yes, that is included in the forecasts.
And about, can you give me an estimate of what you're figuring that fare increase would amount to per year?
Director, I don't have the dollar amount in front of me, unfortunately, but we can definitely follow up with you on that.
I think it would be useful as we move forward just to underline how important that will be to having some future solvency. But we also, as Adina Levin commented, we should be looking at all options, including reaching out to the voters. And we do need to make our case that transit is essential. It's essential for the world's climate, as well as a war that we're in right now, that we need to pool our resources. And so I really want to make sure that we're given all the data possible about what options we have for coming up with this 23 million a year. That's a big ask. And I don't want to see, well, we'll cut back on the bike program, the art program, maybe some service cuts, no, that's not an acceptable solution. So we do have to look at ways that we can be more nimble and provide the service when the passengers need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Before I go to Vice President Lee, I think we have another public comment. April, is that?
Yes, there is another hand raised. Caller whose number ends in 7888. Please go ahead. Should be able to hit *6. Please go ahead. Oh.
My apologies. Technology has not been my friend today. Good afternoon, good evening, directors. David Sorrell with UC Berkeley and the Association for Commuter Transit. I think overall, thank you very much to the staff as well as to the directors in making sure that we continue to get the funding necessary for continued operations, especially since this is reflective of a recovery period, even though, we are a year past our initial vaccine date, at least in receiving the vaccines. I'm looking forward to, working with a lot of the partners, the partnerships between the district, partnerships between the university or universities, whether it be through fare integration or even service planning. One of the things that a lot of our students, at least at Cal, are interested in are improved commutes to and from their homes, especially since not everyone lives in Berkeley. But most importantly, for folks that live within the East Bay to get to the airports as efficiently as possible. And I ask that the board, as well as the staff, take a look at service planning to increase access during off-peak and weekend times. Our students are glad that the Red Line is back in service, albeit in reduced capacity, which is perfectly fine. It's better than nothing. But knowing that we still have a little bit of runway, I think it's still time for us to go further, faster together. And so just from a partnership standpoint between university employers throughout the region, to continue, building up for, continued service in the future. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now I'll turn this over to Vice President Lee.
Yep. Thank you so much, Chair Ames. I want to thank all of our public commenters, as always, for commenting on this item. Budget is one of the most important things that we do as a board, so your comments really matter, and there will be so many more opportunities for you to weigh in ahead. I really want to thank our BART staff, Chris and Pam, and the entire budget team for your work in getting this presentation out a little bit early, especially for this evening meeting. So thank you. You're getting this out even before the preliminary budget memo is out. In particular, I really appreciate how accessible you've made these budget presentations, and that you prep me so that I understand what we're seeing. I'm not going to get in the weeds here on the what the budget priorities are, because there's so many more details to come on what this budget is going to be honing in on, and what those priorities are for the next 2 fiscal years. And so I just a little bit more high level here. I've told staff this is really a great news story budget, and it's really due to the buildup of great work by staff and employees to keep expenses down, but also, of course, our dogged federal advocacy to advocate for BART, which has led to that $270 million in additional federal funding. I'm thrilled that this budget presentation shows that we can guarantee our current 100% pre-pandemic service levels to continue through fiscal year 2025. Prior to those federal funds coming in, those charts at fiscal cliff look far, far different. I can't begin to stress how significant that is, and I'm committed to maintaining our current service as a baseline, but certainly making tweaks to respond to ridership changes as riders come back. So on that note, I agree with President Saltzman's comments about addressing off-peak service so that we are matching our changing needs. So I would really encourage staff to really bring back what those options are, those costs, the trade-offs, etc. This presentation today also shows that we still need to ultimately seek new revenue opportunities as we look to diversify our future revenue streams. I want to thank Spur for the letter they submitted this afternoon, and I agree with their recommendation to continue the work to look at multi-county revenue options. I'm very grateful, though, that smart budgeting and committed advocacy has brought BART more time to collaborate across the Bay, to understand what the financial outlook for public transit across the region looks like, as you know, all of us as a region considers what new funding options could look like. If we didn't get this federal funding, we would be making decisions literally tomorrow to survive. And fortunately, this has bought us more time to be more collaborative, more creative, etc., as we look towards our future. There's also some new information here that I really want to thank Chris Seamy in particular for working on, which is the graphs and numbers showing that are shown regarding vacancies and overtime. Honestly, these numbers always lead to questions from directors at every quarterly financial report. So having clarity and accuracy is going to be so helpful moving forward. I just have a comment specifically on vacancies. I want to recall the presentation we had at our last meeting regarding our workforce. And I would just generally urge our HR staff and budget staff to work together, collaborate when it comes to projecting and addressing vacancies. In short, I want to make sure that vacancy assumptions are accurately budgeted so that the board is making the best budget decisions, of course, and also that these vacancies are not hiring decisions of keeping positions vacant, especially as our workforce recovers and we continue to hire up from DRIP and the vaccine mandate. I think Director Rayburn said a point similar to this. I think that more information is always more helpful. So more information from staff is going to be more helpful for the board to just understand what's going on. And lastly, I strongly support David Pillapal's suggestion of budget workshops with the community. I see this all the time in San Francisco. I see the roadshow that Muni and the City and County SF does. It's actually something I've been working with staff on, especially for San Francisco. So I hope we can make it happen. I want to thank Pam and Chris actually for their openness to this idea. So I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
All right, good comments. Thank you, Vice President Lee. Director Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bob, I just want to say that thank you so much. I know there was some discussion at the last board meeting and at this board meeting, but I want to thank you for the leadership, your collaboration with MTC, and the work that your budget and intergovernmental team have done to bring 271 million, which is the second highest amount in these allocations, just behind New York. And so I'm tremendously grateful. I think that it is making a huge difference in what we're able to offer our riders. And I just want to join the chorus that have said thank you so much.
Director Duffy. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, there's a lot of comments regarding the vacancies and the detail of the vacancies. I think we talked about that 2 weeks ago. So it'd be good to clarify what's vacant, what's not being filled, and what are the key positions that we want to fill. I think we had a great discussion on that with Alaric last time as well. But also regarding ridership, it is exciting to see higher ridership, obviously, but there's another variant out there, and it just always happens in the fall. That's the flu season, which is the variant season, probably. So it is a scary time right now still, but I would like to see more pilots. It's encouraging to know that we're getting more funding possibly from the state, but as President Saltzman said, where is this money coming from? We don't know. But I would like to encourage student passes for community colleges. People are reaching out to me. They want to be part of these pilots, and the pilots take so long. Or maybe there's just a monthly pass, because New York City has a monthly pass and their ridership apparently is up 50%, but that's a totally different, system. I'm just hopeful that we can somehow look at piloting to build our ridership somehow. Oh, we have, okay. So with that, I'm going to conclude my remarks and turn that over to Director Simon.
Just literally 10 seconds. I wasn't at the last meeting. I have been in consistent conversation with Congresswoman Lee, and I think as a board, we can in unison and a staff say how thankful we are for her advocacy. But it should be noted that the performance and budget team and Rod Lee's team, day after day after day, are sending letters and setting up phone calls and urging folks, even folks who don't represent our district or our state, but to see the vitality in what we're doing here. And we are both leading the nation in our budget advocacy, but also how we're putting those dollars to work. I mean, Congresswoman Lee's feat, and again, meeting with Secretary Buttigieg and really, pounding the pavement has really been inspired by our staff's ability to use each dollar, during the pandemic in the right way. It is workers who have also, from our agency, who have also lobbied our congressional leadership, knowing what this agency has done. So of course we should be concerned in the future. There's so much to do. I agree with everything that's been said, but I do know that these 10, 15-hour days from budget and performance to try to fill these gaps, it's been an effort that actually has produced new resources. So I'm very thankful to be in this conversation, and I know we have so much more to do. But so the yellow line, President Saltzman, the other day it was packed. So I think we're all praying, but also working and begging folks to see what we've done on BART to increase those numbers. So I didn't want to speak on this item, but I couldn't help myself. Things aren't as grim as we thought they were going to be a year ago. And that's really due to our team's, our collective work together.
Well said. Thank you, Director Simon. That concludes this update, and we'll turn it over to President Saltzman. Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to go out of order and go next to Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation. So I will turn it over to Chair Foley.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, colleagues. Tonight, staff will present 4 bills for our consideration. Additionally, staff has identified 10 bills that are being watched, but they will not be presenting on those items this evening. Those are listed for your reference. But before I turn it over to staff for the presentation, Director Lee, I believe you wanted to make a brief comment.
Yes, super brief here. Just in the spirit of transparency, I wanted to share that because my place of employment, Chinese for Affirmative Action, which is a founding member of Stop AAPI Hate, is the lead sponsor on SB 1161, authored by Senator Min, I will not be able to participate in any of the deliberation or discussion on that bill. With that said, SB 1161 is not up for consideration today. It's on that watch list that Chair Foley mentioned. So I will only recuse myself only if my colleagues here want to discuss that bill.
Thank you. Understood. And with that, let me turn it over to staff. Carl.
Thank you, Chair Foley, Vice President Lee. Before I hand it off to Amanda, I'll just remind the board quickly that we are at the point of asking the board to take an action to support. There's 1 federal bill, 2 state bills to support as is, and then 1 state bill to support as amended. So I'll turn it over to Amanda Cruz right now.
Great. Thank you, Carl, and good evening, directors. We get the slide deck ready, and we can go to our first slide. So staff will be presenting federal and state legislation for the board's consideration. In the essence of time, we'll go straight into our first bill, which is Senate Bill 3788 and its companion bill, House Resolution 6989, the Housing for All Act of 2022. This act would invest nearly $532 billion over 10 years to address homelessness and housing availability, and includes specific provisions to invest in inclusive, transit-oriented development and infill development through new and existing grant programs. If passed, the bill could help fund affordable housing units at BART developments and create opportunities for BART to seek funds to support TOD site improvements such as replacement parking and multimodal infrastructure. The first state bill we have for you is Senate Bill 1049 by Senator Dodd, which establishes the Transportation Resilience Program and would direct federal funds approved in the bipartisan infrastructure law to climate adaptation planning and resilience improvement projects that address or mitigate the risks to state highway system, other federal roads, public transit facilities, and other surface transportation assets from extreme weather events such as sea level rise or other climate-fueled natural hazards. The program would integrate available funding with the extensive climate adaptation planning already undertaken throughout the state
and help the state meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals, utilize nature-based solutions, and advance equity. The program may provide direct funding to BART and is aligned with the board's adopted goal of supporting policies that better coordinate with state and regional climate goals. The next bill, AB 2097, regarding parking minimums, would prohibit a public agency from imposing or enforcing a minimum parking requirement on residential or commercial developments located within a half mile of a major transit stop or high-quality corridor. Through AB 2923, as you know, jurisdictions in Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco counties must rezone BART property to certain standards by July 1st of 2022. For automobile parking, this includes no minimum parking requirement and a maximum parking requirement for residential units and commercial spaces. Thus, AB 2097 would not affect development on property in these counties for the duration of AB 2923, which is through 2029. However, the legislation could affect development in San Mateo County, potentially lowering the overall cost of housing development both on and beyond BART property. And the legislation would also ensure that BART TOD projects are meeting similar parking requirements to other developments in the immediate station area, creating market consistency. The last bill that we have for you, which is SB 917, the Seamless Transit Transformation Act. Staff are recommending a support if amended position. SB 917 is the third bill in 3 years in which seeks to create a more integrated Bay Area transit network for transit riders. The bill would require the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, or MTC, to work with transit agencies in the region to create a connected network plan to support schedule coordination and service standards, create an integrated transit fare structure, develop a regional transit map and standardized wayfinding system, and establish open data standards to provide real-time information and service alerts to transit riders. The bill specifies several deadlines for which work shall be developed and implemented, and places authority with an MTC to determine if a transit agency is out of compliance with specified requirements. If an agency is found out of compliance, state transit assistance funds would be withheld from the agency. As proposed, the requirements and timelines within SB 917 staff feel are not fully consistent with the Transit Transformation Action Plan endorsed by the Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Task Force or recommendations made by the Fare Integration Task Force. These are efforts that MTC, transit agencies, and community stakeholders had significant input in, and MTC and transit agencies are currently coordinating closely to fund and implement. Staff recommend a support if amended position on this bill and seek board authorization to pursue amendments that set reasonable expectations and timelines to hold MTC and transit agencies accountable to deliver on the accelerated action areas of the Transformation Action Plan and the recommendations of the Fare Integration Task Force, while allowing for critical flexibility as to the timelines and circumstances for which funds could be withheld. The proposed concepts for amendments are detailed in your board packet. And if we could move to the final slide, please. Here, as Chair Foley said, the slide highlights 10 additional state bills that may be of interest to the board. Some of these bills align with the board's adopted advocacy goals or could have impacts on the district's programs or operations. Since the posting of the board materials, I'd also like to note a bill by Senator Glazier, which was amended to focus on the BART Office of the Inspector General, and that is SB 1488. Staff are tracking these bills closely and may bring some of these to the board at a future meeting for your discussion and consideration. Draft motions are included in your packet, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate the update to the board. Before we turn to public comment, I wanted to mention that our district secretary's office has received correspondence related to these bills, and they will be included in the official record. With that, I will turn it over to the district secretary to go through public comment.
Dina, please go ahead.
Good evening, board members and staff. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. wanted to thank this board for, first of all, for the leadership in supporting seamless transit principles as it set an overall goals for a connected, convenient public transportation system that can help increase transit ridership, which we need for equity and for the environment, and for supporting the transformation action plan at the regional level, which the intent of SB 917 is to advance the transformation action plan. As staff, we're pleased to see this support with amendments position. Just in the last couple of days, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission has similarly adopted this support with amendments position, as had the AC Transit Board last night. And the sponsors of the bill, including Seamless Bay Area, are working closely with staff from the MTC and from transit agencies with the bill authors staff on a set of amendments that will make the text of this bill to be aligned in a way that is practical and feasible to implement in order to achieve the goals of the bill. We did send in a letter with regard to BART's proposed amendments. Most of them are very much in line with what MTC and other agencies are asking for, and we're working on the details. There's a few of them that strive to protect the ability of agencies to maintain separate branding and open data portals. And we agree with the intent, but don't think that the language of the bill as it is would prohibit. We don't think it would prohibit agencies for doing what they want and need to do independently, and that language could inadvertently prevent and perpetuate the lack of integration in our region in the future. So if the board this evening would want to give direction to remove those goals, we would be happy to see that. And otherwise, we'll be happy to continue to discuss with staff about making sure that this is practical for agencies to implement while maintaining the goals of the bill and maintaining future avenues for regional transit coordination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin.
David, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Great. David Pilpel, last time tonight. Okay, so I have no objection to the proposed legislative positions. I appreciate staff's broad view of bills that may affect BART, including transit funding, policing, and other policy matters, as well as business and issues and the Brown Act and things like that. Some agencies simply view transit funding as the thing that they need to follow. But there are other, BART really is a wide-ranging business and has lots of issues before the state legislature, as you well know, and I appreciate staff's view on that. I can certainly follow up with Rod or other staff on comments or questions that I might have. And just to follow up on the Adina's comment just now, I actually appreciate the BART staff analysis. I would go with that. I think we should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. Improving regional coordination, improving signage, but having reasonable deadlines, allowing agencies some flexibility to comply. I don't think we're going to go from what the overall system of multiple agencies is now down to a single agency with a single set of signs and wayfinding and coordinated everything is going to happen overnight. I'm not even sure that that's a good idea, but I will let others argue about that in another place. But in any event, moving to a better place is a good idea, and making things better is good, and doing that incrementally is a fine way to do it. If someone really can't find a BART station now, maybe they're not looking hard enough. They're there. They're not going anywhere. Blah blah blah. So it's about connecting buses. It's about making connections. It's about making the information available and making it more consistent. And we can work towards that. And I think the language the staff is proposing is fair and reasonable. And we'll see how this iterates over time. Thanks for listening. Thanks for having this evening meeting. Talk to you in the future. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Pifall.
David, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening again, folks, and David Sorrell, UC Berkeley, and the Association for Commuter Transportation. I just want to thank you all again for taking a hard look at some of these bills. The ones that we are monitoring, at least at the UC level, would be 917. That really, I think it's more of a response to the good efforts that BART and many of the other transit agencies have taken over the last year and a half to try to mitigate the status quo, as well as fixing what was already broken, a not so well connected system that doesn't address the needs of riders. And I think that, you get past all the good work of connecting your system through real-time info, getting other agencies to a standard that would work well for directions. I just pulled up my recent survey data, and we have about 17% of the campus takes some form of public transit that's not necessarily Amtrak. So 17% between EC Transit and BART. At one point, we had almost 1,000 folks minimum take EC Transit as a way to get to BART and to get from BART up to the campus. Some of our colleagues at San Jose State, San Francisco State, CSU East Bay, they are, and to an extent, Stanford, have undergone the same pain points as we are. Parking rates are going to go up. The rate of change as far as commutes will have made things a lot worse. So folks are moving further away. We have to take a stance, but to also push and don't buckle under the pressures of the status quo, but rather let's make transit better for everyone. And that includes many of the students that are future riders, current riders, many who have not taken a bus before or even a train, connecting our communities in a much more equitable way. And between that and 1919, I would recommend a watch for that, only because we want to make sure if we can be able to lean into the federal government to get funds to help support larger, swaths of cash to help fare integration efforts as well as pilot programs. That would be something that universities as well as employers would be in favor of. So thank you. Have a wonderful evening. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Sorrell. Do we have any additional public comment?
I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
All right. With that, I'll turn to director comments. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Foley. I'm in support of the three bills that staff have put forth with a recommendation. Regarding Senate Bill 917, I concur with the comments made by Adina Levin and the written detailed comments about changing the amendments to eliminate amendments that might limit the actual integration that we see in the future. And so I urge staff to fully consider those. As well, I would like to suggest that we consider one of the bills that the California Transit Association is sponsoring. It's Senate Bill 922. While much of it refers to CEQA exemption for bus transportation, it also extends the CEQA exemptions for bike and ped projects beyond the 2030 timeframes. So I think that's in alignment with our access plans and proposals. We want to be able to budget for these things out into the distant future. So I would encourage us to embrace Senate Bill 922. The California Transit Association also endorsed a bill, Senate Bill 942, which I think it could be a bill that provides for LC top monies. These are cap and trade. 5% of the California cap and trade funds go to low carbon offset funds. And we currently get about 4 million a year. It's projected that in our fiscal year 23 budget that we'll be bumping up to 10 million on that. And it's proposed in this bill that those funds go toward transit pass discounts. The benefit, as I can see it, would be we could perhaps expand or fund existing youth, senior, smart fares. But the downside could be that would we be diverting funds from existing programs? And I would like staff to fully consider this bill as to, would there be a benefit to having an ongoing operational fund from the LC top funding versus currently where you have to apply each year and be able to demonstrate each year that you're reducing the monies and then apply for those monies. That's not something that we could count on operationally. So there are pluses and benefits.
Director Rayburn, you muted yourself. Oops, and I think I'm still muted.
When did I mute myself?
I think you were wrapping up.
Oh, okay. Well, you heard that I'm asking staff to evaluate Senate Bill 942, another bill that the California Transit Association is sponsoring for fare discounts.
We did. Thank you.
All right.
Wonderful. Let me turn that over to Director McPartland and to President Saltzman.
Okay, thank you. I'm not really sure that we need AB 2097. I strongly agree in the need for transit-oriented development. It's obviously needed. However, at the same time, I strongly disagree with AB 2097. While most elected officials may see this proposed legislation as a routine governance process, and it is, at the same time, it's intended to supersede the authority of local jurisdictions to represent the best interest of the public they serve by mandating local land use from the state level. Personally, I view AB 2097 as a micro example of replacing the local democratic process of self-determination by an outside autocratic authority, while the best macro example of this same process is being played out in the struggle between democracy and autocracy in Eastern Europe right now. Now, of course, the struggle of the Ukrainians for survival and self-determination as a people has no direct segue to the California's TOD policy in AB 2097. Or does it? I got to tell you, as a combat vet who has fought for my own survival in this and to assist in the retaining of self-determination of another nation, I have a very personal and visceral shared experience with the Ukrainians and cannot support any action that would contribute to restricting the freedom of choice of others in a democratic society. So I'm going to be voting no on 2097. And I would recommend that others do the same.
Thank you, Director McPartland. President Saltzman.
Thank you. I'm supporting all the positions staff has recommended, but just wanted to ask more about what staff thinks about the changes recommended by the folks at Seamless Bay Area. Some seem to be kind of quibbling around language, and I think if you guys just sat down at a table, you'd probably agree with them on some of it or figure out a way to get to it. So I don't know how important it is. We're pretty close in alignment here. The one I do want to say, I do think it's important that we maintain some sort of right to continue our open data program, at least for a very long time to come, because ours is the leader, I think, in the Bay Area and one of the leaders in the nation. So that is one where I'm compelled by staff's position, but I would like to hear from staff how they feel about the recommended changes.
Thank you, President Saltzman. In reviewing the letter from Seamless Bay Area, in which the amendments they refer to are regarding the mapping and wayfinding sections, I think I agree with you that we are close, and a lot of these are maybe sort of minor word changes. However, I think it's also in interpreting the language as is. The sponsors may feel like it doesn't specifically restrict some of BART's retention, specifically of our brand usage, and we would just like to see language that sort of clarifies that in specific instances in which we can retain that usage. These are standards that are being that would be sort of created, and sort of words like only the usage of this. And so I think we are quite close, and we're working off of the bill as introduced versus amendments that I think are already that may be in the works. And so what we have tried to present to the board for you tonight is sort of what's in print, and this is a moving target, and we recognize that. I think we've had very productive conversations with Senator Becker's office and his staff, and we'll continue to do that. But we appreciate your support of the open data, retaining that amendment. All of these proposed concepts for amendments were derived from a series of conversation with subject matter experts here at the district, for the mapping and wayfinding, which includes the district architect's office. And so really we made an effort to talk to the individuals that will be implementing this, over several years. And so we just felt that it was, doing our due diligence to raise to the board their concerns. And in most part, this is clarifying language. We are not proposing to strip anything out. We agree that this is helpful. And so I think that is where staff feel like we'd like to, move forward with what we've proposed.
Great. So with that, I'd like to move approval of the staff recommendations, but with the guidance to staff to continue to work with the author's office on 917 and continue to work with advocates and other transit agencies to ensure language that both offers flexibility moving forward to create a more seamless system, but also, offers flexibility to the operators. I think there's a way to get there and satisfy all parties, at least mostly. So I hope we can get there.
Is there a second to this motion? Director Lee?
I would be open to seconding it. Would you, President Saltzman, also be open to adding SB, Director Rayburn mentioned it, SB 922? Because my recollection is that this was supposed to be you can say no.
Director Lee, I think you broke up when you were explaining your rationale.
Can you repeat that? Yeah, or turn off your video for just a second.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm open to second that. President Saltzman, I want to see if you're open to also adding SB 922 because that is basically the same bill as SB 288 is my understanding, which I think this board also supported a couple years ago. So it's up to you. I would be open to supporting just the basic motion. Also would be, opening to supporting adding SB 922.
So I actually had the same discussion with staff when I got my briefing, and I thought we had taken a position too, and they said actually we hadn't. I thought we had, but maybe we just discussed doing it. I'm open to doing that. I just didn't want to surprise any directors who maybe weren't prepared to vote for it, but I fully support that. So I'm happy to change the motion, and we'll see if we can get the votes for it to add 922.
Second.
Oh, I think Director Lee was trying to second it.
I think Director Lee is seconding as amended. So.
Okay. So
All right, so
is there a motion to amend? How does that work?
I think there was a recommended friendly amendment, if you will, to include.
My motion wasn't final because there was no second, and I took the change. So.
Right. So Director Lee, did you second this motion?
Sure.
Thank you. All right. So I think it's been properly moved and seconded to follow staff's recommendations with the inclusion of SB 922, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Got it. Super. Any additional?
If I could, I'd like to ask to have 2097 removed from the motion and vote on that separately so that I can end up voting on the rest of it.
I'm happy to bifurcate the motion. I think we can do that without removing it so that we vote separately. And I assume Director Lee is too.
All right. So we'll take staff's recommendation without including 2097, and we'll do a separate vote on that. Okay, wonderful. Seeing no additional hands, Madam Secretary, if you'll call the vote on the recommended bills with the exception of removing AB 2097, but including SB 922.
Yes, and Director Foley, just before we go there, I see a public hand raised. I know the time for public comment has elapsed, but I just wanted to raise that.
Certainly. Let's go ahead and take that public comment.
David, please go ahead.
Hi, sorry, David Philpell again. I apologize. I wasn't planning to say anything else. Since you are now proposing to add SB 922 to the list, even if there was a prior discussion and briefing on the item, the current bill text and the staff analysis was not included in the packet. So if you choose to act tonight, if your board rules allow you to do so, fine, but I think it might be a better practice either now or in the future to not take a formal position on the bill without staff having the opportunity to comment not just on what it does in the grand scheme for the state, but the specific application for BART, for better and worse. And so, both you and the staff and the public have an opportunity to understand what it might mean. But if your rules allow you to take the action tonight, then so be it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I do believe we are allowed to move forward with the motion to include that additional bill. I believe we have another public comment. Go ahead.
Alita, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Mark Foley. I'm just speaking procedurally. I wasn't sure if you got the first and the second for this because I heard something like an assumption. So I just wanted to raise that we want to ensure that we have the first and the second for this bifurcated motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get confirmation from President Saltzman? Have you made that motion? And then Director Lee, you have seconded?
I've seconded and I accept the bifurcation, which I do not think requires an additional motion.
Understood. All right. Let's move on then to the vote.
Okay. This is for the first motion. Director Ames. Director Ames, you're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to abstain because I'm not familiar with 922. I'm sorry. I guess we didn't get this information, so I don't feel comfortable. Sorry.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen, President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. And now the next motion regarding 2097. Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Nay.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen, President Saltzman.
Yes.
Motion carries with Director McPartlin voting no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, having concluded the business of this item, let us turn to the last item on our PAL committee, which is an update regarding our parking policy. And this is an information item for the board. We're not taking any action this evening. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Chair Foley. Before I hand it off to Ryan, I'll just say that for this item, we are hoping to get feedback from the board for the parking policy update. It's not necessarily focused on pricing, although you'll see information on pricing, but it's also other ways to modernize the parking policy regards to days of the week, time of the day, et cetera, things related to technology. We want to hear from the board tonight so that we can figure out what our next steps are in terms of coming back to the board in a month or two. It takes 12 months to even put forth a new policy update, mainly because of a Title VI study, which Ryan will get into. But I just want to make sure that the board's focused on that. While it might be an issue with timing, it's also we need to get ahead of it, and so that's why we're bringing this to you tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ryan.
Thank you, Board of Directors. I'm Ryan Green-Roselle. I'm the parking manager for BART within the Customer Access and Accessibility Program. As Carl mentioned, here to present to you today on our parking policy. Next slide, please. So I will discuss, recap why it might make sense to consider updating our parking policy at this time, provide some examples, and then we can get into discussion and next steps to get your feedback. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip the background, so I'd ask that we advance to slide 5, please. So wanted to lay out a couple reasons why we might want to consider updating our policy. The first is that the policy is outdated. It was last updated in 2013, so it's been almost a full decade since the board considered the policy and updated it. A lot has changed since then. With COVID, we've got new demand patterns with people potentially commuting only certain days of the week, and it would be advantageous to have a policy that recognized that and gave us flexibility to adjust prices to reflect different demand patterns that have evolved. As Carl mentioned, it's also a long lead time to update the policy. So while demand is low now, hopefully we'll be recovering over the next few years, and we want to be positioned to respond to that. And particularly at our stations where we're expecting transit-oriented development, we'll be having much more constrained parking supply in those cases, and an even greater need to have a parking policy that can help us manage demand at those stations. Next slide, please. There are a couple of different dimensions of the policy that the board could consider updating. Clearly, the first is the range of parking prices that can help ensure that we manage availability overall at the station. The board could also look at extending the hours during which parking is priced. Right now we only price up until 3 p.m. Particularly at some of these TOD stations, we may see a situation where there's actually significant demand in the off-peak periods or on the weekends, and lots may fill. So the board could consider extending priced hours to those periods to help manage that demand. The board could also consider implementing more opportunities to vary the price, as I mentioned, to spread parking demand. Right now, the price only varies by station. And we could look at varying it by weekday, for example, or providing morning or afternoon discounts, for example. We're working on bringing forward technology that would help us implement those kinds of price variations through new parking payment machines, which I discussed at the last board meeting. That will take a few years to get lined up, but if we start working on this policy, those two work streams should converge, and we'll have that flexibility a few years in the future. We also want to consider our reserve parking allocation. We have a lot of space set aside for reserve parking, but we think that may not be as necessary in the future at all stations given expected lower demand for several years. So these are some of the dimensions that the board could look at. Next slide, please. To provide I think we've skipped a slide, actually, April. I don't know if you can go back one or two slides here, but yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. Wanted to provide an illustrative example here for how the parking price range could change. So today, our price rate can range between $1 and $3 for daily parking. As an example, we could update that to reset the price floor to $3, and, for example, could vary it all the way up to $7 for daily parking. That doesn't mean that all stations would be at $7, but on the contrary, the price would vary by station based on demand. So we would reset the baseline to $3. We would evaluate demand no more than twice a year, and we would only adjust price upward if the lots were actually filling. And if you could now skip to the next slide, please, slide 8. You can see from this is a slide from the board workshop from this year, that we expect demand to recover quite slowly. This shows different scenarios for ridership return and illustrates that full ridership may not come back for many years in the future. Right now, our approximate parking occupancy across all stations is about 30%, and we do expect it will take quite some time to get all stations back to that 90% threshold that we would use to adjust the price. Another little piece of context on that is the next slide that illustrates, please advance the next slide, illustrates parking occupancy by station, just give you a little bit more color on that. You can see that only a few stations are rebounding, and those are, Glen Park, Lake Merritt stations with very limited parking supply. West Oakland as well was always a kind of a prime parking station, but everything else is 40% or 30% or below, and is expected to again increase only very gradually over the next several years. Next slide, please. So when we last presented this topic to the board, which was February 2020, we discussed, this was right before the pandemic at the board workshop of that year, we discussed the possibility of looking at the policy, and we heard some concerns about the potential impact on the low income, particularly at outlying stations that where there's a very an auto-dependent population and not a lot of good alternatives to get people to the station besides driving. So in order to address that concern, we could, if the board is interested, take a look kind of in parallel to this parking policy work at the possibility of a means-based parking discount. This would just be a preliminary scan to look at, is this something other agencies have done? Are there models out there? Are there pros and cons that the board should consider? What is the policy basis for this kind of approach? And then look at technology options and cost considerations. This would, of course, be done in parallel with the Title VI analysis, and that could inform the scan as well. So next slide, please. If the board would like to move forward with this, there'd be a couple steps coming up. So row 0 there is the initial briefing. That's tonight. So if there's interest, we would come back to the board again with a more detailed proposal. We would also submit a memorandum to the board with more detail, and we would then, take additional feedback and then proceed with a Title VI study. That's the blue bar there. That typically takes about 6 months. At that point, the board could adopt the findings of the Title VI study, and then there could be a period of time, between that point and when the board actually adopts a new parking policy. So completing the Title VI study does not commit the board to advancing a new parking policy, but it just prepares you to do that. And then, of course, there would be a public notice before we implement any changes. So as Carl mentioned, we're looking at least a year out before we would be in a position to to update the policy. So with that, we'd like to turn it back over to the board to hear your discussion and feedback on what you think about this topic and your interest in next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I think we have a few public commenters, so let's turn to Madam Secretary.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Mark Foley. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Lots of important things. There is a place for parking at BART, and I did have a car once, and I remember the days of having trouble parking at train stations. I think it was maybe 2 years ago I wrote of my experience of dealing with paid parking at Metuchen Station in New Jersey, so I could take NJ Transit into New York City. And technology is very important. I didn't hear any mention of ALPR. I think we certainly need to get ALPR going and working on our vending machines. And I mean, I do support the idea of a means-based parking pilot, because in my past experiences with the challenges of paid parking, I remember at that time, on the next day, instead of going to Metuchen, I drove almost all the way to Manhattan and parked in, it was either in Hoboken or Jersey City. And so I spent more time in my car and more time in traffic when there could have been some better options where I could have driven less. So if we can get more people onto BART so they don't have to drive all the way to Oakland or San Francisco, I think that's worth it. So I would like to see you as a board move towards some action items and to be able to right size our pricing and have the means where people can pay in an open-ended way, because I've had my times in the past of feeding meters. And as we can get people toward the parking app and adding value and pre-authorization if they swipe a card, where they can pay up front for the day, or at least pre-authorize for the day, and then they'll get money back if they leave earlier. It's kind of like when you take the ferry on using a Clipper card. They charge you the full amount front end, and then you get a rebate back. So those are things to look at. So I look forward to your discussion. You know, people who drive cars, park cars, are part of the people system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree.
William, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm William Walker, and I just had a few comments about the parking policy. I think it's important that you all coordinate with VTA, since the parking rules at the BART stations in Santa Clara County are different than the rest of the BART system. And so it would be really nice to have a set of rules that are consistent at all of the system stations. Additionally, there were some issues around, I don't know if it's still an issue, but around folks who are using a disabled Clipper card having problems with paying for parking, because sometimes the vending machines required a full fare ticket or Clipper card. So definitely addressing that, finding ways to charge for parking using apps. I'm sure that's why the policy is being updated, so appreciate that. And additionally, just finding ways to take people from driving to the region's airports and looking at ways to have a premium rate that could benefit BART by bringing in more revenue for parking, as well as you know, taking more cars off the road that are headed to the airport, and definitely charging for parking after 3 p.m. So that we encourage people to use transit. Thank you.
Thank you, William. I think we have one more public commenter.
Gerald, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Just maybe a little bit louder, please.
Sure.
My name is Jerry Cawthon. I'm an engineer. I've been following this for a long time. And I looked at that parking bar chart that showed that most of the parking areas really haven't picked up much. 2 or 3 had, but they were areas with not much parking in the first place. That to some degree represents the same trend as BART's revenue. So I wanted to just quickly touch on a couple of things that might be relevant to this. First of all, I thought the staff and the board are both being very diligent and nimble at adjusting the factors that you can adjust and keeping track of them. This is all good. However, expenses aren't going to go down too much, I don't think. It might be possible, but I don't see any magical reduction in that. And the subventions are very important because you've been getting propped up by those subventions now for a couple of years, which was necessary and very helpful, but the certainty of that continuing is less than 100% by a long shot. Things could get pretty slender when it comes to subventions. That leaves us with fair revenue. Now, I personally believe that people got extremely used to being packed in like sardines. And BART, we didn't think anything of it. We just got on there and went where we wanted to go, even during the rush hours. But it may be that people are now less willing to do that. And of course, because of work at home, they're less required to do that. So it could be that the revenue increase expectations aren't going to be as much as we'd all like to see, especially the BART operation itself. So there are other things that I am not going to get into now that might be adjustable, but it goes beyond what you're now thinking of. There might be some other opportunities, several, and Batwig, I'm affiliated with Batwig. We will have more to say on that, but unless you have questions, I won't burden you with it now. You're probably tired. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe that was the last, yes, of our public comment. So let us turn to Director Simon, Director Ames, Dufty, and Lee.
I'll be quick. I'm really excited about this item and more discussion. I'm really excited about the Title VI study. When I got on this board, I never thought that I would spend a lot of time talking with people with cars. It just wasn't what I had come on to do. But in the last couple of days, even before I knew I was going to be at this board meeting, I took a number of emails and calls from my personal email that came from folks that I didn't know. And I promised one mother that I would just speak to her experience. She talked about environmental justice policies oftentimes being race and class blind. And the power of the Title VI study, hopefully, as it is implemented by our staff team and or consultants, will take into consideration parts of our district and then beyond our district of folks because of who they are, what they look like. They've been pushed out of urban centers. I lived in Richmond for a while, and even with resources and a damn good day job, I had to take buses to get to BART. And or a lift, and it would take an hour and a half to get less than 4 miles with horrible transit availability. If I had a car, I would have a bit more options. I talked to the woman that I spoke to, talked about having a severely disabled child and having to drop that child off every single day at care, and then having to come to BART and wanting to make sure that as we ask questions about the disparate impact on folks before we raise these prices, demand prices, we're not just thinking about environmentally just and progressive white folks who are able-bodied, but that we're thinking about folks within the 5 counties that we serve and beyond, Vallejo, inside our district, like Antioch, who don't have access, who live still in transit deserts. I think what the study will give us, especially if it's implemented in a way that is holistic and the sample size is large enough, will tell a story, not just for BART, but for how much work we have to do with the seamless goals that we've adopted and working with our partners to ensure that folks who live in transit deserts have adequate access to our BART stations. If in fact, again, what we find, I'm hoping that, again, it'll take a year to implement with the study, but that we look at these populations and not ignore their voices. So I'm excited about the Title VI study. I'm excited about what we will find. I'm excited about what those findings will allow us to do in terms of activating our understanding of the most compromised and challenged riders, but how much we need them in our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Simon. It looks like we have a late public commenter. I'll turn it over to our district secretary.
Vicky, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me, you fucking nigger? Kill yourself, bitch. I hope you die.
Vicky, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There seems to be a bad connection, or the volume might be too high on your end.
Well, I would suggest that you mute him because he's not being very nice. Those public comments are pretty vile, disgusting, and racist.
Yes, exactly. I would say let's cut off that particular caller.
I didn't hear this.
So with that, let me turn it over to, let's see, I believe I have Director, well, I see two different orders here. I will start with Director Duffy, and then I have Lee, Ames, and Rayburn.
Yeah, I'm close to getting my jammy jams on, so I appreciate you moving me to the front of the line. So, Ryan, I just wondered, could you respond to the questions that and suggestions that Mr. William Walker made? I thought that he had some interesting observations and inquiries, and so I'm imagining he's still available if we need him to restate any of it. But could we respond to some of the questions that he identified?
Yeah. So, so I think we could definitely take a look at options for payment with disabled placards. I confess I didn't get the entirety of his comments, so I will. We can also follow up with him to get additional detail.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's turn to Director Lee.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my video again because I think I'm having...
Before, I just actually want to just quickly, Chair, those are the kinds of calls that I get all the time. And I do want to make record that thank you all for hearing that, that kind of very, that scary stuff. I've just asked Bob Powers to make sure our district secretary takes down that number of the person who called in and said that they wish that I would die. I think that it's just really important for us to take a moment to know that that's real. And I have talked to our chief about these calls in the past, and he has asked me, which I have done, to make sure that I record them or record when it happens and to get them to him. And so I want to thank the chief for that. But you've never heard it or seen it on in a public space. But again, I think it's important as electeds that, that those things do happen. So I know we need to move on to the meeting, but this meeting has been recorded, and I hope our safety staff can listen to that and identify that person, and we can move on. But thank you.
Completely understood. It was obviously very inappropriate. Director Lee.
Yeah, sorry, Director Simon, thank you for jumping in. Honestly, I immediately pulled my headphones out, so it's so inappropriate. What was said? Okay, so just a few comments here. Apologies, I misplaced where I put my comments. Actually, perhaps you can go to Director Ames first.
Of course. Director Ames?
Yeah, I appreciate Director Simon's comments about my district is not a transit-rich district. I guess you could call it a desert. It's hard to get to the BART stations. The folks from the community colleges are contacting me, and they want reduced fares. I've got people saying that they don't want increased parking rates right now. And then frankly, I don't think this is a good time to increase parking fees. So there might be some other policy updates that we can do that might benefit that could incentivize people to take BART. And maybe there's some parking discounts if we do some carpooling and then we get a discount on the parking fee. But I'm not interested in increasing the parking right now. I'm interested in having conversations about increasing our ridership and getting people to BART. So I think this is kind of not the right time to look at this. I know this is going to take a few years to implement, but I look forward to seeing ideas on bringing folks back to BART with incentives, maybe parking incentives like the carpooling idea, or, in my district, maybe there's a way to collaborate with AC Transit so that there's a free AC Transit pass included with the BART ticket, something like that. I don't know how to get folks not to drive in my district because it's not a transit-rich area. So I hope we can come up with some creative ideas on getting people to BART and talk about that at maybe the next meeting and just start generating some pilots and increasing our ridership and our parking, because my parking areas, I think, are at the 20% level. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Lee is now good.
Yes, I'm good. Sorry about that. To speak directly towards like the slides here, and hopefully this is going to give staff some useful feedback here. I'm definitely open to all of the policy tools that are noted on slide 6. But I definitely think that we need to see some harder data before considering policy changes. And I know that some of that will come out of a Title VI analysis, but things like, what are the demographics of people parking at our stations? Where are they coming from and how far are they traveling? How do they use BART? I know that there has been some of this analysis done by staff in the past. We'll get more through a Title VI analysis, and would really encourage staff to bring back as much data as possible as this board considers the use of any of those policy tools. This presentation was like just a very, very high level overview. I think sort of responding to Director Ames's comments, I also think that especially with how we're seeing the parking supply vary from station to station so dramatically due to the pandemic, I strongly support either a case-by-case approach for considering using any of these policy tools and or the use of some sort of threshold like what staff has noted on slide 7. I think that we do need to move forward these conversations and we can't wait for whatever. Like, I just don't believe that there is a post-pandemic anymore. Like, this is our lives. So I don't want to say like, yeah, we'll just wait until the pandemic's over and then we'll bring back these conversations. I know I agree to that, but I think that we can be really intentional and thoughtful and really use this sort of case-by-case approach and look at, what the existing how the parking supplies change and recover. And then lastly, specifically around the low-income program concept, I mean, I think if we survey people through a Title VI analysis, to see what low-income folks think about discounted parking, I think we will clearly get a resounding yes. It's sort of like when we do Title VI analysis for fare increases. No one wants a fare increase, but we know that. So what I would push staff to do is to really ensure that any parking policy we consider, use of all these policy tools, et cetera, are good transportation policies that actually encourage public transit use, especially for the most transit dependent, the low income folks, and certainly folks with disabilities. I, of course, understand that BART needs to really address access needs of low income riders, and our efforts with Clipper Start and continuing to increase and improve service really show that we do care about those needs. Of course, we can always be doing more. I don't feel comfortable supporting or not supporting a low-income parking program until staff brings back more data as to the transportation impacts of a low-income parking program and give some policy basis for such a program. And so, again, open to the idea, but really would like to see a lot more data information here. With that said, thank you for bringing this back. This was a sort of nice like shot and chaser, to the presentation we got on the parking technology. And look forward to continuing these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Foley. While our parking revenue has plummeted from 37 million in 2019 to 11 million now, the maintenance of those garages, as one of our commenters pointed out, has not declined by any great amount. And 27 million is expected. And I only have 2 garages in my district, at MacArthur and at Fruitvale, yet I've kept our operations staff, Shane Edwards, the assistant general manager, hears from me on a regular basis over cleanup, trash, remove graffiti. And we know that policing needs are always going to be there. You can't say, well, there's only, the garage is only half full, and so we need fewer police. No, you probably need more. Because there are fewer eyes other than our own. And so it's been a disproportionate amount of effort expended on those garages. And so I think that this justifies that we give serious consideration to giving a parking increase. We haven't visited this for a number of years. So the costs, I believe, of policing, graffiti removal, and the cleanups are escalating. So I feel that we have to make this an initial step to gather the data. And we do have a tremendous opportunity with the new Clipper cards and the potential for Alpers, as another commenter made a suggestion that not only is Alpers something that helps us collect the fees for parking, but it also helps us police the parking garages along with security cameras. And again, these things, the lighting, escalators, not escalators, elevators, are all big money sinks for BART. And it's not going to get better without addressing, what we're taking in. I believe that we also should include event parking. Again, I want us to be nimble and look for opportunities at the Coliseum. When they're charging $25 a space on the lot around the ballpark, essentially people could pull into our lot for minimal fee on most days. And we were charging I thought a very fair event parking fee. The opportunity of making these things available on apps, I think, could actually be woven into the overall policy so that we're able to provide those spaces when they're needed. Thanks.
Thank you. President Saltzman.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for bringing this forward today. I know I've been nagging you all for many months asking for this to come soon, so appreciate the work you did to bring this to us today and figure out what would need to be done if we were going to move forward. And I appreciate the conversation from all my fellow directors today. Definitely want to second Vice President Lee and her request for a lot more data. I have seen some of the data on who uses our parking lots, but I think bringing that forward in the next presentation is critically important to show who this really impacts. I think this is actually a really good time for us to move forward with studying demand-based pricing program, because our parking lots aren't full. So, and likely in 12 months, if we were able to implement it in 12 months, most of them still wouldn't be full. So people wouldn't see a policy go into effect and then prices increase hugely at every station. What they're going to see is at the few stations where there's a lot of demand, that's where it will increase, and they'll see that it really is based on demand, and it's going to help alleviate the demand issues at the stations that are full. It's also the right time because even if parking demand doesn't come back, we're going to decrease parking relatively significantly in the East Bay over the next decade with the transit-oriented development projects that both have been approved already or that we're in the process of approving. We're going to lose a lot of parking, and we're making good decisions at those stations, investing in other ways to get to the station. But if we end up with, a station going from 500, 1,000 spaces down to 200, there's going to be demand there, and we need to figure out how to manage the demand, and pricing is one way to do that. So I think this really is the time to go forward. For most people, even in a year when it's implemented, it won't mean any price increase right away. It will be at the very few stations that have, are at their capacity at that point. I do think it's critically important to explore the days of the week, the time of day pricing. I mean, we're seeing with, the new ridership models where Mondays just are much lower demands than they used to be. And so maybe Mondays don't go up in pricing as fast as, Tuesdays through Thursdays do. I think we need to be flexible and help manage the demand, not just on our parking lots, but on our system, like how we have the reserve spots open up at 10 a.m. And that pre-pandemic meant a bunch of people showed up at 10 a.m. and then got on BART, which was helpful for managing the peak. This could be another way of managing the peak days and spreading out our load over the days. So I think it's a little unfortunate that it may take 3 years to get that technology up and running. So I think anything we can do to make that happen sooner, because I think within 3 years, we're going to be at full demand, at least at several stations, maybe not at all of them. So excited this is moving forward, excited to hear most of the board is at least open to looking at this and embarking in the Title VI study. And of course, if the Title VI study shows us things that are concerning, that will be the point to address it. But it seems like most folks are good with at least moving forward, and we'll get a lot of public input at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, it looks like we have one last public commenter, and then I will wrap this up.
Dina, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you very much for taking my late comment. And in line with Director Lee's request for data, I'm on the one hand not an expert in the requirements of Title VI analysis, but I wonder whether it might be possible to, in asking questions about the equitable effect of the parking policies, to ask about access, so that if someone who is low income and dependent on the system, to ask about what would best help them to access BART. Would it be a lower fee on the parking? Would it be a bus that instead of coming every half an hour, a bus that came every 15 minutes and was well timed with the BART? Maybe it's someone who has the ability to walk or bicycle to the station, but there is a really dangerous intersection that they don't feel safe crossing. And so what would get them best access to BART would be the safety of the walk or bike access. So if it makes sense to frame it as an access issue and to look at facilitating parking and also facilitating other access modes, that would be certainly helpful for BART to understand how to improve the equitable access to transit. Thank you.
Thank you. And I thought I saw one last public comment, but that hand keeps going up and down. Let's go to that one last public comment, then we'll close public comment on this item.
William, please go ahead.
I was just stating that I'm still here if the question wanted to be clarified around the Clipper card around disabled access. And the issue is that at certain stations, you can only pay for their fare with well, in the past, it was a ticket. I don't know if that's been changed because most stations, you can now use you're selling Clipper cards. You're not selling tickets anymore. But there was just a cumbersome transaction issue if someone had a disabled Clipper card and wanted to pay for parking.
Can staff respond to Mr. Walker's comment? Is that going to be changed with the new parking machines?
Lisa,
Sorry.
Chief Communications Officer. So addressing the paper tickets, we eliminated that as an option to pay for parking actually right at the beginning of the pandemic, so that is no longer an option. You can use the BART app no matter what type of Clipper card you use, or you can sign up for Easy Rider, again, no matter what type of Clipper card you use, and then that allows you to tap at the machines, and so that's another option, as well as cash. And then as we've announced earlier this year, before the end of the year, we will roll out the ability to use credit or debit cards at the ad fare machines, which is where you pay for daily parking.
So I don't know if that directly answers Mr. Walker's question regarding a partial. In other words, if you don't use that ticket to come into the system, can you pay with it?
You can no longer use a paper ticket to pay for parking.
I understood that. I guess maybe let me do it this way. Let's have staff follow up with Mr. Walker and clarify. Yes, Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Foley. It's my understanding that there is no discount for parking for people that have an RTC card. And so the full parking fee is charged to all passengers. And I don't know if Bob Franklin is available. He can probably elaborate.
Director Rayburn, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'd still like staff to reach out to Mr. Walker, please, if you could.
Will do.
All right. And just if I could, I want to wrap up with just a couple of brief comments. I just think we need to proceed cautiously. We need to be sensitive about transit costs during rider recovery. I know this is a study that will be months, if not a year out, but we have a projection of rider recovery that's more than years out. So I just think we need to be sensitive to that balance. I also think that Dina mentioned this as well. Certain communities don't have the same access to transit from other systems like providers of buses. So for people that do drive, it's sometimes a necessity based on schedule. And so we need to look at alternatives and working with our other providers and our partners to be able to sort of offset. If you're not going to park because the fees are as high as they are, then let's give options. Let's make it so that it's a seamless transition away from parking. To Director Rayburn's comments, with all due respect, I disagree with your analysis of looking at the fixed cost of parking in the system when we don't have people parking in our stations. Well, we've got 70% of our people not riding BART. We're not going to raise our rates 20 or 30% to make up for the difference. So I don't think it's fair to use that analogy and say, let's move parking up $2 or $3 because we need to fix and address our operating expenses. So I just think we need to be careful about how we approach this. And again, I am also a proponent, as I've said before, I think we need means-based parking discounts. I do think that that's a necessity as we move forward. So with that, I will conclude this committee and I will turn it back to Madam President.
Thank you. And we will now go back to item 8, engineering and operations. And I guess we haven't gone long enough because Chair Duffy is not in his pajamas yet. So
we will see. I am tasked from the general manager to do a good job of managing these items. So let me first point out that the change order item that we have before us, I do want to share for the viewers and for the board that the emergency generator system replacement is probably the second most complex engineering and implementation project just behind the CBTC, our train control system. So, and it was one of our very early Measure RR projects. And so we're going to start with Javed Khan is going to do the presentation of this item.
There you go. All right, thank you. Good evening, directors. I'm Javed Khan, Group Manager for Power and Mechanical Engineering. This EDD is for the construction portion of the project. And we're seeking board authorization for the general manager to execute change orders to the Oakland Emergency Generator System contract for the not to exceed amount of $4.35 million. The OEG system will be capable of supplying power for all our safety and critical loads in the Transbay Tube in response to any emergency scenario. These change orders address 3 categories of work: construction delays, additional design modifications, and PG&E support for commissioning activities. In addition, this EDD will extend the contract duration by 475 days and include the cost associated with that extension. Staff recommends the board approve the motion before you.
Thank you so much. Let me now see if there are any public comment speakers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bevan Duffy and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk about the generator. I can't claim to have the expertise of BART's engineering department on generators, but I do have some personal experience. And I mean, I'm with you. I mean, I think we have to approve this. I want this project done. I wrote to you in one of my various letters about the inevitability of cost escalation in complex construction projects. And yes, it's kind of like aircraft turbulence. You don't have to like it, but it's not unsafe. But I do appreciate a brief presentation, but maybe people don't line up for this kind of stuff to speak like we had before, but I guess I am. And I think we need to have more presentation and discussion on this matters, because as I review this, I really don't know what I'm getting. I don't know how big this generator is and what its capabilities are and what it's going to be fueled with. I'm presuming it's probably like an aircraft engine. It's probably some kind of big gas turbine that winds like a Boeing 737 maybe. And I mean, that's probably the best technology that we can get right now. But I wish there was a way that we as the public could find out what this is going to look like. So, I mean, I think it's right for you to prove it. I want to get it. I want it to be done. And I know you can't answer the details of this in a public meeting, but I wish there was a public facing aspect to this, so that hopefully is disclosable and a public record, so I can find out what I, as a fair paying rider of BART, am getting. And I guess maybe I'll send a letter to BART asking for that. But in the meantime, I ask for a yes vote, because I don't want to be stuck in the tunnel like happens to people in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dupree. And I do realize that it was a succinct presentation. I do believe that Ms. Sylvia Lamb will be speaking later in the discussion as it relates to some of the lessons learned and some of the changes that are going to be made in response. Are there additional speakers in the queue?
I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Great. So colleagues, I would like to start with Director Ames, and I had a brief exchange of messages with Director Ames. I know that she has some concerns and they touch on different aspects. So I asked if we could kind of take these concerns in more bite type portions, and so that the staff would be able to respond versus a number of different issues. And so I appreciate very much that Director Ames is willing to try this out with me and see how we roll. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director Duffy. I didn't want to surprise you, so or the staff. But what happened was I went back to the 2017 contract for this. That was apparently, Director Duffy, you were there, and some other directors were there at that time. I approved this project. It was a design build project, and the budget, I mean, it basically says it was about $30 million. And it's design build, so it includes design and engineering and construction. So it basically describes it as turnkey. but it doesn't note that it's a $60 million roughly that's what the budget shows right now. And in trying to get an explanation from staff, it wasn't clear how it went from a $30 million project to 60 million. So I would like staff to describe what happened there with the funding and how the funding was allocated over time.
Thank you. Sylvia?
Director, yes, so this is Sylvia Lamb. I'll take a stab at that. So when you say a $30 million project, it was the estimated need for that project to begin with was 62 million or above 62 million. And I'd like to liken it to the fare gates. Even though we don't have the full amount that we know we're going to need, we continue with the project and add money into the project as that funding becomes available. The 30 million or the EDD that you're referring to was for the initial construction contract at that time, but it was not an indication of this was the only amount we were going to need for the project budget. That was the amount that we had at that time funded that we were able to let a contract, an initial contract. And I would like to clarify this, Director, and I apologize if our comments were unclear yesterday or today. This was not a design-build contract. If I were going to do it again starting today, I may make it a design-build contract if I was doing it over, since we knew we were going to have changes throughout because we were going to have an iterative design throughout the project, which was part of the reason we had identified a need of 62 million to begin with.
Thank you, Sylvia. Director Ames?
Thank you. Well, okay, I guess it says the scope of work, this is in 2017. It's not limited to design, engineering, materials. It's got all of it in there. But anyway, I guess my issue is transparency because, for example, in 2017, it shows that we were using Measure RR funding. This is just one of the line items, and it's roughly half of what's being allocated now to get to $60 million. So can you describe possibly how we added funding to this project and if the board was informed about the adding to the project budget? Because it just doesn't, the fiscal impact doesn't show when the funds were added. So I'd like to know if, for example, with Measure RR.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Sylvia Lamb. Let me go back to one more thing, that the scope of work that you're referring to was not the scope of work for the project. It was the scope of work for that contract we were asking for approval to let. The RR funding throughout is distributed during the tranches, and those updates are made to the board where we're giving board briefings on RR overall. But that was through separate tranches as that funding became available and was distributed into different projects, and this being one of them.
Okay, it's really, I'd hate to be a stickler on this, but it's not clear to me or to the public how this money increased over time and the project budget changed to 60 million. In the fiscal impact section, I would just note that if it would be good to elaborate on this project budget and what went into, for example, the project's $30 million over what was reported in 2017. So what was that money used for example, and when was it allocated? So this is just my, in the future to get more information on this, and I think it should be in the EDDs and these documents. And so I'm just going to abstain from this vote because I know this is an important project and I just think it needs more transparency and clarity. That's all. But thank you for your response.
And Sylvia, I wanted to give you an opportunity because I think we had an exchange that that was responsive to Director Ames' overall concerns in terms of how, the complexity of some of the projects and how they're presented. Is that okay for you to speak to that?
Yes, Director. Again, Sylvia Lamb, and you guys may remember my enthusiastic project controls presentation a few months ago. Anyway, I'm very excited. Yes, I'm very excited to say that we've been working on the maturity of our programs and how we present that data and the transparency, and working very closely with the budgets team, with Pam and Priya, and there's an expectation that we're going to bring something to the board in May that will show a different way so that you have the transparency of the projects overall. So I'm looking forward to that.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate that that's responsive to some of the concerns Director Ames has had. And I really appreciate both of you. I think the way we had this give and take was much better for our listeners. So Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much, Chair Foley, Chair Duffy. Hey,
that's okay, we're good.
You might recall that several meetings ago, I reported out that I visited the Transbay Tube to see the tremendous efforts that we're taking to make that facility resilient. And this is a crucial part of that resiliency effort. It would power, in the event of a loss of power to our substation, which is up on a pedestal out there. This facility is also up on a pedestal above projected sea level rise, and it would power the fans for smoke evacuation. It would power the pumps for water intrusion, and it would power the lights so that people could safely walk through the corridor that's being reinforced. And this is, I think, a very transparent executive decision document that includes line by line items for each of the change orders. So I know that it's hard to imagine what it is, a diesel generator that is not out there running morning, noon, and night. It would be tested probably on a regular basis, but I feel that this is a key element that does fit into our overall make BART operable on the morning after the worst imaginable earthquake possible.
Director, would you be willing to move this item?
I will move the item.
Fabulous. I would like to second it, and we could move to
I will second it squared.
Thank you. And for those who can see Director Lee, Spoon, her rescue foster, is in the house. So we'll welcome him. And Madam District Secretary, we can go to the vote.
Doesn't get to vote.
Well.
We need baby onesies, toddler onesies for Rebecca's daughter. And I guess, I don't know what you call dog clothes, but let's do that too for the 50th anniversary.
Precious, that's what you call it. Okay, April, come on, let's get this vote.
Director,
I'm losing credibility with Bob by the second.
I'm going to abstain. And just to clarify, I want to see how we spent $30 million in addition to the $30 million DMZ construction project. But thank you for listening, and I'm going to abstain.
Thank you for questions.
I think it's important to point out that this item is a $4.3 million change order.
And the vote is continuing.
yes. Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen, President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with Director Ames abstaining.
Thank you so much. And now we are ready for a rock star lineup that is going to present Next Generation Fairgates, and the update is going to be led by Lynn Williams, Wendy Wheeler, Priya Mathur, and Sylvia Lamb.
All right, thank you for the introduction, Board Member Duffy. Good evening, directors. I know you guys are excited. I can feel it. So I'm Lynn Williams. I'm the Group Manager of Strategic Engineering. And tonight we are bringing you an update on the Fairgates. Let's go to the next slide.
And the good news is we are swinging forward with various swing-style fare gates continuously being added to the system, and a final review of a request for proposals that's going to be referred to as an RFP very soon to be advertising on the street. You know, this is an incredible lift by our workforce, and I want to acknowledge and thank the procurement and the legal staff for their ongoing support, you know, my coworkers in engineering for their innovations, and the maintenance and support staff for continuous effort to construct and install these new fare gates throughout the system. You know, this is all made possible by our partners in funding and finance that continue to seek funding opportunities for us. Next slide. In June of 2021, we provided you an update on the request for expression of interest, referred to by its acronym RFEI. Since then, we have engaged with a consulting team to develop the RFP and its subsequent volumes. You know, we appreciate your approval of the EDD for the competitive negotiation procurement in January to solidify that procurement strategy, and we expect to advertise the RFP in May. Next slide. So workshop participation was the key in development. Meeting and garnering input from the customer dev and station access, district architect, electrical, mechanical, buildings, maintenance, safety, transportation, and comm, to name a few. This was achieved through at least 15 workshops and daily briefings between September and going on today. Along the way, we made multiple station site visits throughout the system. We went to Dublin, Pleasanton, MacArthur, and Montgomery. We reviewed variations between each station and determined things like how much space was available. Specifically, let's say ceiling height, which could impact the vendor's ability to propose their off-the-shelf gate. The RFEI played a key role in providing input into the RFP as we gleaned information from our potential suppliers to develop specifications that are loose enough to bring in new technology, but tight enough to ensure that the new fare gates meet the fare evasion vector's needs. The innovations and developments that we learned through the rollout of the BART fare gates, designed and BART built fare gates, also contributed to the finalized technical requirements. Next slide. Building the scope of work and technical requirements, it's only one portion of the overall RFP. Developing that procurement strategy that we secured with your approval of the EDD in January established the competitive negotiation agreement procurement that's going to ensure the best value for the district is attained. You know, as there's no standard boilerplate for this type of procurement. So as part of building the RFP package is the building of the actual contract book itself, and then establishing the criteria to determine the vendor offering the best value. This has been a collaborative process with stakeholders across the district, including identifying the risk and liability coverage needed through our insurance, procurement, and OCR team. Next slide. So as you know, BART is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, which leads to supporting disadvantaged businesses. As with any procurement, a significant effort is put forth to forecast the opportunity for disadvantaged businesses. This is done through an evaluation of the proposed type of work in comparison to what are called these North American Industry Classification, or NAICS codes. I know, it's long jargon, but critical. We reviewed the RFEI for insight, researching the type of work that we anticipate can be subbed out, such as, say, sheet metal forming, and then forecast the percent of the total work that may be subbed out. You know, OCR and engineering, they work hand in hand to develop a contracting plan that is the blueprint for the DBE goal. Next slide. The RFP. The RFP is 3 volumes, 500 requirements, and 17 sections. Volume 1 includes the invitation for proposals. Volume 2 is the scope of work. It's the heart of the effort, where it describes the basic requirements, where the vendors are providing an off-the-shelf gate that will fit in our footprint. And those technical specifications help to define what that footprint is. And then there's a third volume with exhibits and drawings. Let's go to the next slide. We are continuing with the hybrid approach as we brought to you in June at the board update. In conjunction with that, while one team is leading the effort to issue the notice to proceed, the engineering, maintenance, and shops teams have been innovating and rolling out the new BART design fare gates in the system. Wendy Wheeler, Group Manager of Systems and Data Analytics, is going to share with you the success and the progresses of this effort. Next slide.
That was fantastic.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Many of the directors have come to our Fairgate labs or visited us in the field. We have taken your feedback and incorporated it into both the internally designed gates and the RFP. As you know, we have come a long way evolving the gates to reduce fare evasion. We started with simple cinch modifications to increase the air pressure on the gates from 15 to 60 pounds. This enhancement made it harder to squeeze through the leaves. Our next move was to reduce jump overs with the double stacked and pop-up barrier gates. This gate worked well, but was not well received by patrons or the press. We quickly pivoted to the taller swing barriers with advanced software controls. The next few slides will talk about the innovation made to these taller gates. Next slide, please. The bolt lock has been made. Sorry. Leaf evolution. Oh, leaf evolution. Okay. The original leaf design had issues with patron force-throughs and alignment issues. We tried to add inexpensive strengthening bars to reduce the leaf flex and gap fillers to remove alignment issues. These new designs were not effective, so we shifted our focus to the bolt lock and single barrier design. Next slide. The bolt lock has been moved from the inside of the two consoles to one lock on the leaf. By having the bolt go directly into one console, it reduces the force and reduces the wear on the bolts. As you can see the wear in the pictures in this image. Next slide. The next lock design eliminated one leaf out of the equation. The simplified design reduced the part count by 50% and increased gate reliability. Locking at the far end of the leaf also increased the resistance for the engaged lock to 100% and eliminated force-throughs caused by the metal parts wearing down. Our plan is to retrofit our double barrier gates with the new design to reduce maintenance costs and have a standard look and feel for all elevator accessible fare gates. The engineering designed the retrofit to be easy to install, and we plan to reuse parts taken out of the double barrier for future gates. The new gates also eliminate crawl unders by decreasing the clearance to the ground from 10 inches to 8 inches. We have included this in the RFP. Next slide. Every patron experiences fare gates in a different way. When talking to visually impaired patrons, we learn they feel the gate movement. And when our old software would reposition, they felt the air and it caused them to stop and evaluate their situation. Also, the loud noises of the heavy leaves hitting metal was shocking to them. The gate software team is using machine learning techniques to control the movement of the gate. Each time a patron tags the gate, updates itself, and corrects its logic to move smoother based on the stored data. This allows the gate to make decisions without human interference to fix the position. We have also implemented soft landing logic to reduce the gate noise. The new software also enables us to increase the gate operation speed. Instead of relying solely on the FareGate controller for positioning, the software accounts for speed and acceleration as well. The self-healing software, which is being tested on a few gates, has reduced maintenance costs and is improving customer experience. All of this information we have learned, including our machine learning, will be shared with the vendors. Next slide. We ran out of vendor dummy consoles, which are the gates at the end of the arrays. These consoles don't have any electric or mechanical parts. The vendor wanted to charge us $50,000 for one console with a lead time of 6 to 8 months. Our internally designed console mates cost $9,000 and with a lead time of 6 weeks. The new console design will also reduce gate climb overs. Next slide. Oh, we will be installing these new consoles at El Cerrito, Rockridge, Walnut Creek, North Berkeley, Civic Center, Orinda, and Powell Street. Next slide. During gate implementation, we quickly learned that we needed to reduce the size of the console to, oh, no. The team is proud to, oh wait, paper ticket to Clipper. Okay. During the gate implementation, we quickly learned that we needed to reduce the size of the consoles to fit into existing footprint, many at the stations. The first step in the process was to remove the ticket transport machines and update the gate software to be Clipper only. The only software updates did not require gate vendor modifications and/or integration software will be shared with the RFP selected vendor. Next slide. The team was so proud when we received positive feedback on the new Embarcadero elevator fare gate. Patrons have reduced up to 4 minutes out of their transfer times to the Muni platform. The new gate improved accessibility and reduced fare evasion. Next slide. We have installed elevator enclosure gates on platforms at Embarcadero, Montgomery, Balboa Park, and Bayfair. Next slide. On the concourse level, we have installed an array at Rockridge and elevator enclosures at Coliseum. Next slide. We are prioritizing elevator enclosures because they are our main vector for fare evasion. Our plan is to complete all the remaining elevator enclosures in calendar year 2022. Next up is Priya Mathers, Director of Funding Strategies.
Thanks so much, Wendy. Good evening, directors. Priya Mathur, Director of Funding Strategy. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So these first two slides will show you where we've been and what we've reported to the board previously. As you'll recall, back in December of 2020, we brought to the board a funding strategy for how we were going to achieve the $90 million of funding for this important project. At that time, we indicated that we would have secured around $42 million by the end of fiscal 2022. I'm very pleased to share that we are well ahead of schedule today. Next slide, please. This slide shows again our funding strategy and how we were going to split the funding between the BART district counties and BART 50/50, and then secure full funding from San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. Next slide, please. So this slide says that we've secured $47 million to date, but actually as of the end of last week, we've secured an additional $2 million. So that number should now be 49. The additional funding that we've secured includes a $2 million congressionally directed funding in the fiscal 22 federal appropriations bill. Many thanks to Senator Feinstein for making that happen on behalf of BART. It also includes $4.5 million across 4 affordable housing and sustainable communities grants, and a $2 million allocation as part of a larger allocation in Contra Costa County by the California Transportation Commission of STIP funding that includes, as I said, $2 million for next generation fare gates. Next slide, please. So this slide says $13 million, but now should say around 11 because of the $2 million that we have since secured. We are continuing to pursue member budget requests for the fiscal 23 state budget. We've made 4 requests totaling almost $8 million and hope to know more as the budget gets finalized at the state level. We're also pursuing $3.5 million of Measure J funds and that is pending Contra Costa County Transportation Authority approval. Next slide, please. We have a plan to secure the remainder of the funds, and actually if you total all 3 slides, it totals more than $90 million. I'm very delighted to share that in San Francisco County, just on Tuesday, the San Francisco County Transportation Authority Board gave final approval for an expenditure plan that includes adequate funding that would fund their entire share for next generation fare gates in San Francisco. That will still need to go to the ballot in November. We also have plans to, as the project requires it, to bring allocation requests in Alameda County for Measure BB funds, and are in discussions with Contra Costa County about how to fund their share. Next slide, please. So that concludes my remarks on funding, and thank you very much for your attention. I'll turn it over to Sylvia Lamb.
Hi, Sylvia Lamb again. So this is the same slide that we showed you back in June with a couple of changes that I'll go over in a minute, but I want to make a couple of points first. One, we have funding to keep moving. We have more funding than we expected to have at this time. Funding is not an issue. This project has been structured so that we can keep moving forward as the funding comes in. So again, thank you to Priya and her team that we're ahead. Also, we keep talking about fare evasion, but I also want to point out that our current gates are beyond useful life. Our maintenance team do a great job at keeping them running and repairing them, but really they need to be updated. And speaking of our maintenance partners, I want to talk about all of our labor partners, because it isn't just our AFC techs, it's our electricians, it's the station agents that are helping us, so a lot of thanks go out to them. So going back to our two changes, the first, if you look halfway down, you'll see that station deployment blue bar, and that's scooched over to the right. It used to be in parallel with those elevator enclosures. All the work we've done to date has been fantastic. I'm really proud of our team. I'm proud of the innovations. I'm proud of what we've learned, and that's gone a long ways to helping us build a really solid RFP that a vendor can propose on, and they know enough about our system to be able to understand that. So at this point, when we look at where we're having fare evasion the most and where we can make the best impact, we think it's on the elevator enclosures. So because the proposal is coming out imminently in May, we've decided that we would best focus on the elevator enclosures and not do station deployments self-performed at this time. Once we get the RFP and we see proposals, then we can make a decision whether it makes sense to just go with a vendor or to continue to do some sort of hybrid approach. But if the vendors come back and we have a solid proposal, we would move forward with off-the-shelf gates. The other change is publishing of the RFP, full transparency. And when we came to you in June, we were expecting to get that out in January, February, and now we're looking at May. The reason for that is everything that we've been learning as we do this, we feel like that information is really important for our vendors to understand what is in our system and how they can best propose for the work. Next slide. And this is just pictures of some of our teams doing what they do best. They're doing the work. Those are engineers and maintenance folks, and I just want to say thank you again, and we're open to any questions you might have.
Well, I do have to comment that our general manager had to stand up. This presentation was so compelling and exciting. These were my favorite slides. I think they're great. We see too many of them. And Sylvia, I just want to reflect on you talking about being proud of your team. And it makes me think that Tamar Allen, our former AGM, would be very proud of everyone here for carrying this project forward. I think she was such an inspiration in her belief in the talent of the people that she worked with, that we shouldn't just go out on the street and get someone to tell us how to do things. We should really be sure of exactly what we need to be successful with this next generation fare gate. So just absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, Lynn, Wendy, Priya, and Sylvia. And we will now see if we have any public commenters.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Bevan Duffy. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, to talk about fare gates. I can't consider myself an expert on BART fare gates, but I've been using fare gates in the New York City subway for a little bit over 50 years. I remember the ones with the wooden paddles and tokens, and maybe some of you have seen them. You can find them in their transit museum. If you haven't seen it, I would check it out. We can all learn a lot. But I think we have to certainly go into the details with these new fare gates. And we have to look at what the fare gate engine is. And we have to be very forward thinking with that, because if we use old technology, it's fallen out of favor, and all we have is a nice looking package with some old bones. And we need new fare gates with new bones. And pneumatic subway trains and pneumatic tube transport didn't go over very well. So I think we have to look very hard at the fare gate engine to power this. And it's good that we have people researching this. I do believe they have at least one Fairgate lab in New York City, where they have lots of people who build all kinds of things for a system that's 117 years old. But we still have to really look around at the different options to figure out what is best for our system. I want Fairgates that are going to work. And the timing is essential. Fairgates need to be skirt friendly. I'm not going to be happy if I go through the Fairgate and then I find myself pulled back because Fairgate got my skirt. So we got to think about that. I don't want anyone to fear that the Fairgate is going to close too early on them, especially if maybe they're carrying some suitcases from the airport. You know, those little rollaway things, those hard shells, smart luggage that you see in the airports, comes in all kinds of interesting colors. So we have to think about that. And I appreciate the fact that we are looking Clipper forward with this. We don't need to be designing any paper ticket engines. That's in the past now. Certainly, we want to think about our open payments. So really, we got to have new bones in this. Otherwise, it's just a pretty package over something that's getting old. Because Fairgates are not just about managing fare, but they are a hallmark of the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think by any means, I think that this is going to be from bottom to top, very different. And I think that we are really going in a great new direction. Ms. Quintanilla.
I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Well, that is fantastic. All right. Thank you so much, team. And oh, I do see President Saltzman's hand up and Director Rayburn.
I just wanted to thank the team. I made much more detailed comments in my briefing, but it's great to see us so far ahead on seeking funding. I think that was one of the areas we were most unsure of. It was, could we fund this? And clearly you're doing the work, and especially thank you to the San Francisco directors for securing the funds there.
Thank you. Director Rayburn.
Again, thanks to Lynn and Wendy and Priya and Sylvia for your hard efforts. And I've been a big fan of the Coliseum Gate for almost 2 years now. That's a tremendous project. I'm concerned, though, that it seems that one of our most vulnerable gates are the electric ADA gates. And I'm wondering where they fit into your priority. Will they follow or be done in conjunction with hardening the elevator access?
Director, they will follow directly after the elevator enclosures for priorities.
Okay, that's, I think that's prudent. And can you tell me what the problem is with the Embarcadero gate that was recently opened? I've been there 3 times and haven't been able to actually utilize the gate. Fortunately, we have an attendant, so the elevator is useful, and you can get in and you still pay your fare at the gate, at our regular fare gates. But what's going on? Is that a brand new design that doesn't work, or?
Director, the Embarcadero is taking a lot of abuse. There's a lot of kicking and pushing, and so it's definitely pushing the limits of our innovations and the things that we put in place, and we continue to work on that and try to tighten it up.
Okay. Well, let's, I look forward to seeing how, I thought once we could deploy something at the Coliseum and have it work, that that's like the New York style test. So I hope we can move forward with this soon.
Thank you, Director. Director Ames?
So yeah, I was just at the Bayfair station on Sunday and I saw the fare gate at the elevator get totally abused. I mean, the gates didn't shut. I mean, the transparent plexiglass gates did not shut all the way. People were squeezing through. I saw somebody take this carriage over with he had a dog and a cat in it and he was lifting it over the gate. I mean, it was the most egregious fare evasion I've ever seen. And I do see that, and I talked to a system service worker and that person said that gate, the elevator enclosure on the platform at Bayfair frequently doesn't work because it is abused a lot. So I do appreciate BART's attention to making these the most sturdy as possible. I saw so much that day. I was speechless. And also the gates stayed open too long. So I hope all of this experimentation is going to be wrapped in these lessons learned issues that are being vetted now will be part of the RFP, because I was hoping to get the RFP out sooner than later. And also get all of these gates expedited and installed sooner than, I guess it was 2026. But I understand the complexity with these gates. I mean, they get abused a lot. So I appreciate all of the hard work that the staff done, and I look forward to seeing what the market will provide too. And maybe we can do both projects in tandem, some by staff and some by these other teams that we might select. So thank you so much for doing this work. And also just to mention, when I first was elected, I talked to our former police chief, Chief Rojas, and he said, I thought we would be fixing the gates, right? And he said, no, the elevators. He said, the elevators are the worst. And we're targeting that to be completed this year. So I really appreciate staff's attention to making this a priority. And finally, we're seeing a lot of progress. So look forward to getting more information and maybe completing it before 2026. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I do not see any other directors requesting me to. Great. Wonderful. So colleagues, that was a fantastic presentation, and I think our job at this committee is done.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on to item 10, board matters. So we'll do A, B, and C together. So board member reports, roll call for introductions and in memoriam. And given that it's 10 p.m., I hope people will keep their board member reports very concise. So Vice President Lee.
If you'll just indulge me for maybe a couple minutes here. Today's actually my birthday. So last year I got lucky with a DCCC meeting on my birthday, and tonight is, our first BART board evening meeting. And if you recall when you were children, when I was young and, you'd have your birthday, you were actually the one who brought the gifts. Like, you would bake the cupcakes for everyone and bring them in. So in the spirit of giving on my birthday, I'd like to just quickly go around and just say some thanks for all of my board colleagues. So first, Director Ames, I so appreciate how deeply you care about the environment. And I've learned so much from you about Eastern Alameda County bike connections, like the proposed Niles Canyon Trail. So thank you. Director Rayburn, you have such extensive knowledge about such specific things, and you've really earned your professor title many times over, always the most detail-oriented in your remarks. Director Foley, you've always carried yourself with so much respect and in board meetings. You've always been a kind, thoughtful facilitator, especially when you were president. Director Simon, +1 to all the other things that have been said earlier, but I continue to be so inspired by you, but really, especially how you lead as a Black woman, as a person of color, as someone with a disability, as a mom, so inspired by you. Director Dufty, your passion, as we all know, is unbeatable. But especially, how you care for some of our communities most marginalized, how you care for people of color, but also you really turn that passion into solving real problems. Director McPartland, you are still here. I love how you love being president and going out in the field. I like will always for the rest of my life remember our visit to the Transbay 2 and how you just commanded respect from all of the firefighters there. And certainly President Saltzman, I don't even know how you make time to go to so many public meetings and care so deeply about BART. And, you know, I'm so fortunate that you're at those meetings because you are talking to some of BART's toughest critics when you're out there, especially when it comes to TOD. And then lastly, General Manager Powers, you do not escape this. I'm so grateful for your tireless leadership that both, you know, percolates up and trickles down to leading this agency, this district forward. I know you have so much respect across the Bay and across the country when it comes to public transit. But what I really, and I say this very much given, you know, everything that's happened during the pandemic and just, you know, the recent times, you lead with humility. And I think that's, you know, so unique in the Bay Area. And I deeply appreciate that. So with that, I'll just end my board remarks there. And I'm grateful to spend my birthday with you all this evening.
Well, happy birthday and thank you. That was a very nice end to the meeting. So good luck, everyone. Top that. Director Foley.
All right. Well, let me briefly run through my comments, and I will start with a happy birthday to Janice. And I appreciate the fact that you bring such knowledge and thoroughness and really passion to the BART board. You've taken on this responsibility and really owned it. And so I truly appreciate what you bring to the meeting, even spending your meetings on your birthday with us. So thank you for that. Two quick things. I was fortunate enough to attend the ribbon cutting for the Slate Solar and Storage Project in Central California with Director Ames and Director Rayburn. This project from Goldman Sachs Renewable Power and Recurrent Energy helps BART maintain a power supply that is 100% greenhouse gas free. So outstanding project. It was a great event. Later that week, I was actually able to attend a Contra Costa Transportation Authority groundbreaking for the McCullamy Coast to Crest Trail overcrossing. And this project is going to provide pedestrian, bike, wildlife access over Highway 4 and ultimately could provide median access to a future Brentwood BART station. So just, you know, putting that out there. And the last item is I am just so happy to see Director Simon, and I have you back with us. And I have always appreciated the grace, the leadership, the mentorship that you bring to the table. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here and thank you for being back with us. And that's all I'm going to bring up tonight.
Thank you. Director Simon.
It is really good to be back, and I hope to be back at work in a very real way, you know, beginning tonight. And just wanted to give you guys a couple of highlights of some of the work that I plan to do in the upcoming days. Tomorrow morning, Nancy Pelosi has invited me to the Women History Roundtable in San Francisco in the Western Edition. So I will be with her as her guest and Barbara Lee, and I'm excited about that. People do love BART. Elected officials in DC have been following, you know, the issues that I've been going through, but also realize and understand that it's super important that BART is supported. You know, to that end, my mentor, Vice President Kamala Harris, has invited me to her residence on Tuesday, and I plan on talking about all the good stuff that we're doing here in this meeting. And so I look forward to updating you all on that visit. And I've never visited the residence, but I'm excited to go and excited, not on official BART business, but again, to see my mentor and to tell her the good stuff that we're doing here. And it's again, my joy and honor to be back in the seat for this moment and hopefully for a very long time. Thank you so much for this meeting.
Thank you. Director Dufty.
Thank you. So first I'm going to climb into Latifah's purse for the next week and do some of these amazing things. And I did feel a little remiss that I did not acknowledge Shane Edwards, who's our acting assistant general manager for engineering and operations. And it's been such a privilege to work with Shane and to see the amazing things that he does. And I appreciate that he puts his team out front to be recognized and to present items. I also want to say that I had the opportunity to go yesterday with representatives from BART PD and Daniel Cooperman, our senior manager of social service partnerships, and the amazing Molly Burke from government and community relations. And we went to the Westfield Mall and met with stakeholders at Westfield, which has really struggled. Just to give an example, the Abercrombie and Fitch that used to be at Market and Fifth, they were offered free rent for a year because Westfield knew that being visible and having street access created a lot of challenges for them in their operation, and offered them a year's free rent. And Abercrombie and Fitch decided still to close their location at Westfield Mall. And so I think that the stakeholders that were there, we had employees that came and talked about the PTSD they're facing. One young woman who manages a store was assaulted by an individual that was very known within the mall security, and has given her PTSD and a fear of going to her place of work. So a lot of the focus is really on the city. And so I came forward and asked that we go to the city controller's office and ask for a city service audit so that all city departments, just as BART is stepping up to do things in and around Powell and at our stations downtown, that city departments, whether it's mental health or juvenile probation, everybody needs to be part of the effort to make the Union Square neighborhood and the Westfield Mall area welcoming and safe, just as we do with our system. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Salzman. And I'll limit my report to just travel expenses on the public's behalf. And I attended the slate ribbon cutting in King County. I went with BART staff in the van to King County from Oakland, and I returned on my own dime aboard the San Joaquin train.
Thank you. Any other reports? If not, when I'm not in board meetings and with staff, I feel like most of my BART life lately has been working on the Berkeley TOD projects, working with the city of Berkeley on North Berkeley and Ashby, and just wanted to thank our team for the tremendous hours of work they're putting in on that. So hopefully we'll have something to bring to the board in a couple of months. So thanks to everyone who made the evening meeting possible. I know it's a little bit different, but it looked like we had a lot of great public engagement. So I appreciate you all taking your evening to do that, and especially Director Lee taking your birthday to do this. So thank you all, and see you at the next meeting.